the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your machine and shut. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking show and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out in the ring like. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, what do you say? Hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 one millionaire. Hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see me break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I'm your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, May 12th. We have a great show planned for you. We are on our 7th episode with the series with Brother Odell, the Ascension, the Age of Aquarius. Child, let me get it together. Long week, family. The Age of Ascension with Brother Odell, part 7. He is scheduled to come here tonight. So, child, this series, he is going to go over what the ascension, all this talk about ascension really is. He's going to get into it not only from the spiritual perspective, but also from the technology / metaphysic perspective. So he already went over the astrological clock. He's already revealed that we actually have 13 astrological signs instead of the 12 that they give us, and the 13th is Ophiuchus. He also discussed when he was going over the astrology how the the Libra, the Libra sign with the balance was put in, and that kind of represents the splitting of the duality, okay? Which any of you that have rocked with us, we now understand that all this talk of duality is part of, I call it the cosmic galactic colonization of splitting everything when you're really supposed to be in a wholeness state, because you are whole as a divine being. You don't need to be split and then balanced, okay? That is other particular beings / entities who aren't whole. You are a whole divine soul, okay? So we got into that. So, of course, sometimes we have to veer off. Child, I don't even know how we got into the topic where we had to get on the legal side, and he tied back the system that we see today from a political standpoint to a religious standpoint, even a social standpoint, how it is linked to not only the way the whole realm was set up when the realm was conquered, but how it impacts on down to your soul, okay? And he even went deep into the crevices and got on the legal side. So all of those people running around there screaming about paperwork, they really don't know what they're talking about, because there's only, I say, 2 people that really know what they're talking about. Pretty much he went on that side, giving you all of these true definitions on how things were set up, all of that public and private, etc., etc. So this week, we're probably going to go into some of the wars, because we got into a little bit of that last week. So I think he's going to touch on that this week, getting into some of those wars and telling you really behind the scenes what it really meant, as far as tying it into how not only the entire system was set up, but spiritually how it means as well. We've been talking behind the scenes, and we're both convinced that this whole concept of reset, and again, shout out to the Mud Flood community, I think that we're right. I really, really think that we're right, that they're using some sort of technology to not only mess with timelines and dates, but also change courses of events. Okay, so we may get into that a little bit tonight, because I think that's a series within itself. And then if time permits, we'll get back on the astrological clock, because he still has some important information to tell you on that astrological clock. So Brother Odell will be in when he gets in. So before we get started, let me give a shout out to the fam. So of course, shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to Motown OM. So welcome aboard, beloved. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Brother Orlando. Shout out to Sis Tanya. And shout out to Sis Sandra. She's in the house. And then shout out to all of the YouTube listeners. All right. So with that said, let me record because I'll be the main one with my little feelings hurt.
Recording in progress.
Okay, if something goes wrong. Okay, so let me bring in my co-host. I'll bring in Sis Sandra first, and then we'll bring in son Scotty. So there you go. There you go, sis.
Peace and love, Sis Random, Brother Scotty, and Sis Tanya, and Brother Orlando, and Queen Ottawa. Love to see you. Did I miss anybody? I hate to call names. You know it's bad to call names because you're going to miss somebody.
Yeah, and Motown.
I don't have Motown on my screen, but he must be way up there.
Yeah, he was up there. That's his first time on the live. So yeah, shout out to Motown.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good idea. Shout out to Motown.
Oh boy, how are you, sis?
I'm great. How about you, Sis Random?
I'm good. It was a busy week, but I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear your voice too. Good to hear your voice. A sane voice, I hope.
Yeah, child. You know how it be.
Crazy out there.
I know. We have a lot to talk about.
They're natural minds.
Yeah, that they have.
And I'm like, wow. My daughter and I was just talking about it. So this is my shout out here about this stuff. And she said, well, what's happening is that the people can't take it. And what's really in them is coming out.
I would agree with that. Let me bring in son Scotty so he could put something in on it. And shout out to Brother Sean. He is still traveling, doing his thing. So peace and love, brother. I'm not sure if you're still out on the West Coast. So safe travels, brother. Okay. Peace and love, son Scotty.
Peace and love, everybody.
Yeah,
Peace and love.
How you doing?
Sis Sandra, I'm doing great.
Good to hear your voice.
Yeah.
Great to be tonight.
Okay. What you say, Sis Sandra?
I was saying, they wacky. So our brother Shun's on the West Coast. They wacky here too. They all wacky.
Yeah, y'all on fire again. I just shook my head. They're trying to reset California hard.
Really?
In my opinion. I looked up, I'm like, oh, they on fire again.
The mansions are burning.
I don't know where that's located though, y'all. Where is that?
County. Down south.
Oh, okay, south. Closer to San Diego or in the middle?
Let's see. In the middle, I think.
Okay.
We're Disneyland in that area.
Oh, okay.
So those are the people who they most protect. You know,
I'm surprised they letting their stuff catch on fire, so you know they want them out of there.
I was so surprised.
What did they say? How did the fire start, supposedly and allegedly?
I didn't see that part of it.
It was some ridiculous reason. Son Scotty, do you remember, child? I was like, they better go on with the foolishness.
Nah, I don't. I didn't even know about it, actually.
It was something real dumb, y'all.
I don't know, because they usually protect them because they pay the highest taxes.
Right, as they should.
Yeah. And so the mansions never get touched. Maybe mostly it's the trailer parks.
Right, like they did in Paradise, just burnt them people straight up on out, and now they can't afford to rebuild. But yeah, it was some other suspect. I don't know if they said a campfire. It was something in that area, and I was just looking at the TV, shaking my head.
Yeah, that's crazy because I can't imagine that they would let multi-million-dollar homes burn
Yeah.
for
That's
rich.
why it sounds like propaganda to me when they start like, oh, now we need to give our charity to these affluent, privileged people that have gone through a natural catastrophe or some horrible, weird freak accident or whatever. Like, nah, y'all want some sympathy for some bullshit. That sounds like it to me.
Yeah, I think it's double fold, some sympathy, and I really think they're trying to reset. I think they're trying to reset the landscape of California. They're shifting people around. I think they want people out of certain areas in Cali because they're going to change the land back. Now, it was rumored about 10 years ago that they wanted to turn California back into a lot of farmland. So that hasn't left my mind. And
They want China to have it.
California hella big. So when I'm thinking of farmland and all that, that's like Northern California, mostly up there. Cause like down south, like I mean, where I'm at is like mostly cities and stuff and all that.
They don't have no
that.
problem resetting the city. Cali been reset before. They took out San Fran.
Right?
Yeah, that's where that's where they activate it in the city.
Yeah.
So I'm saying like, all this land where they burning and doing all that, where they doing the big reset. Cause I'm like the big patches of land. Like,
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that
like,
is where they're burning. I would agree. And now I don't know. I read somewhere. I got this off of a real estate channel, and I think this man, he left Cali. He used to live there, and he had a lot of real estate investments, and he wound up leaving. But before he left, he had read some ordinance where, let me get it because I don't want to lie upon Cali. I want to say, y'all, it's the Hollywood Hills.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
If something happens to your home, you cannot rebuild.
Hollywood Hills, huh?
Yeah, and he gave the article and with a link to the ordinance, and I went and looked it up, and it's definitely there. So a lot of people are starting to leave up out of that area, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the Hollywood Hills, and those houses are a little bit cheaper than everything else. And that's the reason why, because I started watching the real estate in that area. I haven't done it in a couple of months. And I saw them at a cheaper price because, California is expensive, period. But based on that being in Hollywood Hills, and they were nice homes, you could start seeing the prices drop. And it's because of that ordinance. So if one good fire come through there, that's a wrap. Literally, they're not going to be able to rebuild. Now, the insurance will pay them out. But the county and the city won't let them rebuild.
Yeah, that made me think of the drop you had did about, the resets and all the fires and burning down big patches of towns, big patches of city, big just fires as a resource, as a tool of reset. Like just random fires. Okay, we understand Mother Nature want to burn shit up sometimes and all that, but like, nah.
And she not gonna jump around like that. You know what I'm saying? She not gonna, all right, well, I'm gonna burn this entire house down, but I'm gonna skip over this tree. Let me go burn down this metal structure. No, that's not the way that works. She's going to go ahead on and burn out that total area to have a clean landscape. So these fires seem very strategic. And even during the drop that I did about the floods and fires reset, when you look at those pictures, you see the same thing. You see where structures were burnt down to the ashes, but then you see the little trees sticking up. And those little trees weren't no bigger than the ones in my front yard that I planted a couple years ago, my little apple tree, about the same length, about maybe 5'4", 5'5". And they can't convince me that if a fire come through, it's going to burn everything up. But that's going to be standing? No. So it's a little too strategic-y for me. But yeah, I think they're trying to reset California. Razzle said fires in Colorado too.
So, yeah. That she said that too. Mexico, New Mexico is burning as well.
Oh, Mexico is burning? Yeah, all right, West Coast. They trying to reset y'all big time.
And like those the food plants that's burning down. It's like, okay, you gotta reset the land, gotta reset the food, like, or like the fires in those places seem strategic. Like, okay, now you're trying to like force a food shortage. First of all, y'all want people to rely on a corporation. Then you're going to take out
right.
Make it make sense.
Right.
That's why it seems so coordinated. It's like, okay, y'all fucking with y'all own shit, trying to fuck with the people. Like, it seems so blatant.
Right, to get you to beg to, like you a child, to have these services. And speaking of that, I know a couple weeks ago, we talked about this baby formula. And it's really a thing, y'all. It's literally a baby formula shortage.
Yeah, well, they have pallet illegals, I heard.
What you say, sis?
I just saw them currently. They're shipping pallets of baby formulas to the illegals, illegal aliens that came
Shipping where?
Illegals. I don't know where they
are.
Out
of the country?
Wherever they are. What you call in Texas, the governor in Texas shipped them to Washington on a bus, and
You talking about baby formula or actual people?
Well, baby formula. They shipping baby formula.
Okay.
To where? And I said, well, there's some that went to Washington.
I'm trying to make sure I understand because I'm fencing to cuss them out. Right. If they say you got American babies sitting up here needing formula and they shipping the shit to other countries, that's when we need to get on their ass. Although, this is a very clear indication. Don't depend on them for shit. Even that baby formula. And I know some women can't breastfeed. And I was trying to rack my brain of what possible recipe they could use for that baby formula to not depend on they funky asses. But I don't know enough about that. Big Mama and them ain't around, because I guarantee you, if they were, they would have been and put something together. I just don't know enough to tell women what to do it on their own, because I know it's certain nutrients them babies need.
Yes.
But
I don't know.
Paul Haddon 9 man said the baby formula is to the border.
They need their ass whooped. Literally, y'all, the shelves are like empty regarding this baby formula.
Yeah,
we're living in an age where everybody getting welfare and all this type of shit, but nobody is saying that. Like Paul Haddon 9 man and Ukraine, like it's like who want to check? Let's cash out the check. And who is still in their own land?
Right.
Reparations and this and what you want to call us and this. Like, you should not be worried about these motherfuckers because they still ain't worried about you.
No, because they gonna do them. They gonna do them. That's why you have to be up on your game. Sis Tanya, I think you right. Pet milk and Cairo syrup. Now, some expert came on. This how bad it is, y'all. Some expert came on one of them morning news shows because somebody had brought up milk and some type of sugar, but they didn't say Cairo syrup. And they were like, no, because that doesn't have the nutrients the baby needs. And I'm like, God damn it, I know it's something that Big Mama and them used to use back up in the day. Huh?
They used to do that. Yep, you put a little Cairo syrup in some water, and that'll satisfy. Or you put
Right. Well, the pet milk, because that'll make sure that keeps that weight on the baby. Because if you just do the Cairo syrup and water, they gonna be in bad shape. But that pet milk, I'm assuming, you have to put some water in that pet milk.
Yeah. Thin it.
Yeah, to thin it. To not make it too rich, because they're gonna get the runs and that Cairo syrup. So I don't know, y'all. This should be a huge wake-up call, although we've been telling people, carnation milk, because I know pet milk may be a little bit sensitive on that baby's tummy, especially if they wasn't taken to the that goddamn Similac will lock up a baby in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I don't even know why parents get, and maybe they changed it. I just know back in the day, you get ready to change a baby's diaper and they all locked up and with green boo-boo. And you like, they must be on this Similac. So I know a lot of moms put them on that carnation.
Ricardo D says there's no baby formula in Washington, D.C.
What?
So that means, like I said, the governor of Texas shipped them people over to D.C. So I'm sure there's somewhere there.
Damn, Motown, you said the next generation gonna be raised on stray dog milk. Child. Yeah, goat milk. I know, shout out to nephew Nuwa. I think it was Brother Freeman was talking about goat milk. And Nuwa was like, nah, you're really not supposed to be drinking any animal's milk. And I feel you on that, but goat milk about the healthiest.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. I just know, because again, I told you, I spent summers in the country. And my aunt and them, even when we were back up north, they lived out like really, really far, and they had a lot of land, and they had animals, and that's what they drank, goat milk. And it tastes nothing like cow's milk. But you know they ain't finna be selling no goat milk up in those stores. I've never seen goat milk sold in the stores.
I don't even have no kids, but none of that shit sound right in my spirit.
With the animal's milk. I know, I mean, it's best to, of course.
The formula, like, why you gotta mix up a formula? And I understand, like, everybody's not able to breastfeed. I understand all that stuff. But then, like, why do you have to, like, I don't know, some type of, I mean, I drink almond milk. I give my baby that before I give him something from an animal.
Yeah, only thing, it's canned goat milk. See, you putting me up on game. I didn't know that.
Or fucking make it, I don't know. I'm gonna press some nuts together and make some.
Yeah, but the only thing is, even with them nuts, the way they're processing nuts nowadays, it's I would not advise that for your babies, because a lot of allergies. So that's why children are developing these allergies between in their toddler years.
No allergies, and I ain't drink much. My mom ain't had me on none of that shit, and I ain't got no allergies, none of that shit. Like,
yeah, I know my niece had peanut allergies. Yeah, but
on that. But no, I don't have kids, so I don't know.
But I do believe the formulas also cause a lot of allergies. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying I would not put an infant on any of that nut milk. I'm gonna be honest, because I don't know how they process that milk.
Coconut milk, yeah.
I could see coconut milk. Yeah, but back in the day,
I was just saying, like, something from a plant or something as opposed to from another animal. From an animal, like, or from a corporation. I would just rather go from that angle.
Yeah,
So-
I'm with Razzle. She said they got laws against goat milk in Mississippi. Now Mississippi need they ass whooped. Never knew why, but cow milk be fucking up the babies. Do better on goat milk for their stomach and skin. Yeah. If you're gonna get it, if you're gonna do that animal milk, I would pick that goat milk over the cow milk. Raw milk from cows work too. I agree, sis, but you know ain't nobody close to no country like that to go get them some raw
Straight
milk
from the tea.
Right, straight from the tea. Although it'd be warm and I'd be wanting to vomit, yeah. But
I live in Lancaster and Quartz Hills, and they do it there that way. One of my friends, she was the president of the La Leche League, and that's teaching the women how to breastfeed. And she sold goats, and they had goat milk and everything. In California here.
Okay. I mean, all we know, Sis Sandra can attest to this. I think my generation was the first generation on that damn formula.
Yeah.
It wasn't no formula back in the day. Let me repeat that.
It wasn't.
Prior to the Generation X, there wasn't no formula.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was scratching my head. I'm like, I know Big Mama and them used to do something. Because Big Mama and them didn't believe in formula. They didn't trust it.
No, I didn't either.
They never trusted it. So I saw them whip up a concoction, and I just can't remember, but I think whoever said that K-Roll syrup, I think you're right. I think I do remember that.
Yeah.
So women, if your baby is on that formula, beloved, you're going to have to figure something out. Do some research and figure something out. And
they get allergies and asthma.
Exactly. And shit, you know what? If somebody really up on game, you come up with a good recipe, hell, that's a good business for you. But bottom line, y'all better stop depending on these folks. Because I'm disgusted that they messing with these babies' formula, and I still ain't heard no proper excuse why they up to talking about they running out of these babies' formula.
Well, they running out of water in California, and they running out of electricity in California.
Yeah, Cali, y'all always been threatened with that, and y'all still be chilling.
You know what?
Because when the reset, they got to reset the people too.
Right.
Ain't that what you be talking about with that? So they now it's like, well, we gotta take out the kids. That was the most shocking thing.
That's exactly what I thought.
Like they's like, well, we gotta go younger and younger. Let's start them with the formula. We already got them on that, so let's attack that.
Right. And we didn't had generations come up on the formula, so let's get that. And then I wakes up this morning and they up there talking about it's a new motherfucking tick that you get bit by it and you become allergic to meat. Oh, I said, these fuckers think they slick.
I heard that. They've taken out the meat too.
Oh, yeah, they've been working on that.
Not the meat. And now the chickens are going to have the bird flu.
Well, remember when all them chicken plants had shut down and it was a shortage on chicken and...
That's COVID first out.
So y'all can keep on depending on them if you want to for your food supply. They getting ready to show their ass. They showed y'all during Rona how much they can control the food supply. You're going to have to start finding alternatives, and those alternatives should be absolutely local and, growing as much as you can yourself.
Vegetarian. Yeah, because they're taking out beef. They're always saying the beef is contaminated and recalling.
And it takes, what did they say? It takes so much to produce beef because the animals take up a lot of the land and the this and the that and the this and the that. But they've been saying it for years. They've been talking about how much chicken Americans eat. So they've been planning for quite some time to move the populace off of a meat-based diet.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems suspicious to me. It all sounds reset-ish to me.
It does. And you know, I found out some years ago that they dump water out of the dams every year into the ocean in Northern California.
But
Because
y'all
they,
got a water shortage, though, supposedly and allegedly, right?
that's right. They don't want to ship it down to Central and Southern Cal because you know they got some kind of feud about the water. It's their water, nobody else's water. So they dump it into the ocean.
They so full of shit. But
But
Cali, y'all better get ready because they on y'all ass. They got something for y'all.
they already telling you.
Yeah, they got something for y'all because it's too many of y'all out there. They want that land back. They want it back for another purpose. And Cali has been reset a few little times. Because once it's set as a little island, and then it's said that the Moors came in and filled it in so it wouldn't be an island anymore. Then that big earthquake in San Fran, yeah, terraforming. Then that big earthquake in San Fran, and that's just not to mention the deserty parts in Cali. The total West to me has been
Using
reset.
that technology.
Yeah, because I was thinking about like Nevada, Colorado. I mean, Colorado, we know that's a clear indication when you look at Colorado, what they're calling the mountains. If you pay close attention, you can clearly see that where they were the giant trees and how that's a quarry. Go back and look at it. You can clearly see where the Grand Canyon, all of that, in Colorado, the mountain, those are quarries. But I was also recently thinking about Texas and how the west part of Texas is drier than the MF. And I thought back on it. I'm like, that had to be from those like reset scalar wars that made those areas deserty. So it was either from, and I think it's a combination of both wars, but they were using high-tech technology that they've hidden. And then also cutting down those trees because in parts of Texas where it's deserty, I was looking at some old school movie because when you look at the Westerns, you see it all the time. Those were trees. Those were ancient trees. And that land today is what they call desert. So it's not like they have not reset this stuff before. It's been in our face plain as day. They're just trying to do another reset. And they're doing it systematically. Okay, they're making it seem like it's natural disasters, weather, but now we should know better. It's deeper than that.
Yeah. You guys set for a heat wave. Coming your way.
Yeah, they got their script to go by.
Yeah.
Them books that people believe in. As the old folks used to say, the last days. It's the never-ending last days because the motherfuckers just keep going the same script. Okay, it's time to fuck shit up. Let's burn some shit up. Let's reset. Let's flood some shit. Let's tornado some shit. Let's, pull out the harp and the CERN. Let's do all that shit. Fuck with the timeline and then fuck with the physical, atmosphere, mother nature. And just really, and then reset the people too with all the biological shit.
Exactly.
So if people is confused and don't know what's going on, it's kind of understandable if you ain't really paying attention and trying to be aware of this shit. It just seemed like, shit, we might be in the last days.
Right, according to their script. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. So yeah, just pay attention, fam. Um, the mothers with the babies. We talked about this before. You ain't gotta depend on them for no goddamn baby food. Make your own, and once you make your own, you ain't gonna go back to that little jar shit that you paying. And I don't even know how much them little jars are no more. But you're gonna get way more for your money doing it yourself. Just boil them veggies in some plain water, grind them up, and keep it pushing. And that it's much, much healthier for the baby, and you're spending a lot less money. So you ain't got to depend on they funky ass to feed your baby. Now, I can't vouch on the milk. You're going to have to do some research. But child, don't let them starve your baby. Okay. All right, so what else we need to talk about tonight? I did have a couple things to go over, but a sis had asked, she said a tick. Yeah, sis, look it up. The little tick just came out today. And supposedly if you get bit by this tick, that it makes you literally allergic to meat. And I just shook my head. I'm like, okay then.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, and we know this tick was genetically modified. So it is what it is. Okay, so again, fam, start getting yourself prepared. Keep your stuff stocked up. And just get ready. Don't depend on them where you get to the point where you're going to be standing in long lines for food, standing in line for medication or whatever. We've been telling you all for years to stock up. Okay, so now they're literally telling you publicly about these food shortages. And now they're talking about this baby formula. And anybody that's been to the grocery store, your grocery bill has almost doubled. And not only that, I don't know about y'all, but every time I go in there, I'm not going to get everything on my list. That's a given. I'm not going to get everything on my list. Okay? So you need to prepare yourself. This is especially people with children, especially people with, the elderly, our elders that depend on medication, whatever. Stock up. Okay? Because I don't trust them. Stock up. Better have toilet paper to wipe your ass, whatever.
Yeah, there's a bulletin board. Did you see? They had it on there. It was going viral. They said, so now we have toilet paper, huh? Because that's what people
Yeah, they a mother effer, and I remember when it was a shortage, I was chilling. Cause see, I don't play that about that goddamn toilet paper. So I didn't have to stand in no line or none of that, cause I got my toilet paper stacked up, and that was one of the main reasons I got that bidet installed too. I'm like, I don't trust y'all motherfucking ass. But yeah, now all of a sudden they got it.
I'm saying I'm laughing. I didn't have to get that toilet paper. I said, toilet paper? You mean they added toilet paper?
Yeah, and remember they had what did they do? Yeah, they had they were rationing it. You can only get I think it was either 1 pack at one point, then 2 packs. And remember they ran out of Lysol.
Yeah, Clorox is going to be high too now.
Clorox, yeah, but I had already read up before Rona on my Lysol. And I had my chloride too, because when I buy stuff, I never buy just one.
Me neither.
That's just old school. I never just buy one because I hate to go get something and you be like, God damn it, I'm out of blah, blah, blah. And when you go cook something and you go dig for your staples, you're like, oh, God damn it, I don't have blah, 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 blah. I just hate that. I hate going to the store, 50 times to get stuff for one meal. So I was ready. So even with the Lysol, they had that all rationed, and they just got the Lysol back together. So I reread up on the Lysol. So y'all better get up on game. I know everybody didn't grow up that way. I know some people shop just for the day, if they're gonna cook or whatever. I just didn't grow up like that, and we didn't even have a big family. But because my parents came from big families, and my dad, true country from to the bone, it's like, no, when you go to the store, although our meat came from the farm, but when he did go to the store, he getting the family pack of shit and coming home cleaning that shit and ziplocking it up and putting it in the freezer. That's just how we grew up. And I was just shocked to learn that most people don't do that.
I used to do it all the time.
Yeah.
I got so tired of that, but it's the only way to go.
It is. It is. It is. So just get prepared, fam. So yeah, stuff like alcohol. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, rubbing alcohol, your peroxide, all of that stuff. Make sure you have it in your cabinet. Okay? And especially if, you know, your elders or your babies have certain medication they depend on. Because I just don't trust these folks. You know, they're saying that the food supply chain is not all the way back together. I don't trust them. So stay prepared. Don't get prepared. Stay prepared.
Now, that's a point. Some places they saying it's running out of food in America. And other places, when I go shopping, it's running over. So is this propaganda?
I don't know, sis. I can only speak for here, and the stores I go to, the shelves are not stocked. They're just not.
I think it's both. That's why it's playing. Like, the food shortages are strategic. They making the food shortage in strategic places, where other places like, okay, y'all shit is fully stocked. Y'all ain't worried about shit.
There's so many
because it ain't no real food shortage.
Well, and this too, we have to keep into consideration, because how the food supply chain works, farmers are, number one, encouraged to grow certain things, but number two, they set their farms up for a particular industry. So meaning one farm can be set up for restaurants only. And they set it up that way, so the way they package their stuff, the way they grow their stuff, they couldn't take that and sell it to the stores. So think about, for example, some lettuce. If I'm a farmer and I'm selling to restaurants, then the way I'm going to package my lettuce, it's going to be in 10-pound bags. Because I'm a restaurant. I'm selling to restaurants. Restaurants are going to use a lot of salad. You can't take that 10-pound bag and ship it to the stores and think an individual consumer is going to buy a 10-pound bag of lettuce for consumption. And some farms are set up for schools to sell certain things to schools and sell it in blocks. So I just saw, it may have even been 60 Minutes was talking about this. So when Rona broke out, these farms, what happened when the babies weren't in school and the restaurants shut down, that's why they had all that food that was going to waste.
Oh.
That's why they had it going to waste. And they were struggling trying to convert it to get it to the grocery stores. And so some farmers, you know, they had such good hearts. They just could not in their soul destroy all that food, because they were literally showing farmers dumping Oh my God, y'all. They were dumping so much milk. All that milk that go to the schools and stuff, they was just dumping it down the drain. You saw them dumping like vegetables and fruit and stuff in the fields, and that shit was just gonna rot. And some farmers said, I can't do that. So they hooked up with some of the truckers, and shout out to the truckers. And it was the truckers that came and picked up that excess stuff. And they did it through social media and told the public to come there and get the food. So that's how a lot of food didn't go to waste, but a lot of it did go to waste. So when I'm telling you that the food supply chain is very vulnerable, it really, really is. And that's, take here, for example, in Columbus, Ohio. This is a farm state. I know they want to try to act like they all that in a bag of chips because tech just got here, but I have to remind them, no, you're still a cow town at the end of the day. They're heavily an agricultural city. And to be honest, the state of Ohio is. No one in this state should go hungry. One of the main universities, Ohio State, that is their major. And so a lot of food is grown here. Matter of fact, more food is grown here than in the state of Georgia. So there's always a surplus of food here, but because of the way the food supply chain works, the grocery store shelves will still be bare, but a lot of those farms and stuff that's hooked up with the universities, that's hooked up with the food pantry, they have surplus of stuff. I ain't telling you nothing that's rumor. I'm telling you what I know. They literally have surplus of food. Boxes of vegetables or fruit. It's there, but it's because of that particular relationship with the universities and the farms. Okay, so you're right. It's not that it's a shortage of food, because what they not gonna do is lie on Mama Earth. There is no shortages. It's created, especially in the Americas. Now, I can't vouch for China and them. I don't know, China, what y'all did to Mama Earth. She ain't fucking with y'all like that. She freezing you out, flooding you out. That's why you over in Africa. You done built all them dams and stuff for that farmland to grow your food, because you got 1 billion plus people you gotta feed. I don't know what y'all did to piss off Mama Earth, but I can tell you over in the Americas, there is no shortage. Even from a food perspective, it is created. Even with them fucking up the soil, it's still bountiful and plenty here. It is the food supply chain that's fucked up. Not the food supply chain.
That supply chain.
Exactly. So
I was talking about, because of they said there's going to be food shortage. And it may last for years. And I'm like, So that's why you tell farmers not to grow in certain parts of their farms the crop that people need. Yeah,
right.
Right.
Yeah,
it's
no
also
shortage.
a push in the food reset to have people more reliant on some hybridized type shit, some hybrid food. Like, let's just digitally print some food. Like, eat some food made by the government. We've created these hybrid foods. Yeah, we know there's a food shortage. They pump is a food shortage, and then they usher in, some fake hybrid ass shit everywhere.
Yeah, that's
even
true.
Though you motherfucking live in a state where it's like, agricultural state, like the land is still plenty.
Yeah.
Like, and motherfuckers is not over here just relying on a grocery store or a corporation or business to feed them.
Right. And the sad part about it, I was really, really disappointed in the South, specifically Georgia, and their waste of land. regarding not really growing sustained environments for food. I was really, really disappointed in Georgia. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? This is the South. Y'all got fertile land and y'all sitting up here playing, and you got fucking food deserts not only in the inner cities but in them small towns also. I'm like, this is disgraceful, but the public never says anything. And literally, when I lived in the city, I would go to the city. I want a community garden. You better find me some land. I want a community garden. You better find me some land. And finally, of course, I had left by then. Ran across an article where they did it. I'm really, really disappointed in the South. It's no excuse for anybody to get hungry. That's why I'm telling y'all, do not depend on these people. You better get up in that backyard, goddammit, and learn how to do something. You better partner up with somebody. Partner up with somebody that know how to grow something. Do not depend on these people, because I'm like son Scotty. I don't even know if it's going to get so bad that what they're going to be producing, I want to eat that shit. Because to be honest, we almost at that point. We're literally almost at that point. So you better be starting to partner up with people. And this is the time when I talk about family and having your neighborhoods in order. I'm telling you, that's what it's going to come down to. That's what it's going to come down to. So get prepared, because I already see the fuckery.
You know, Japan, a couple of years ago, they were experimenting on making beef hamburger meat with poop.
Yeah, I heard that.
I saw it.
Child.
That's crazy, because I was just talking about this. Motherfuckers are shit eaters. It's the hierarchy of shit eating. And it's symbolic and it's actual literal.
Yeah.
They do not give a fuck what they put in their body, and that's part of the terraforming and the reset.
I would agree.
And like what's her name in the chat has said, Summer Rain, they use food deprivation and starvation increases souls for sacrificial rituals to the fallen angels. Like, they gotta feed their souls. And so we talk about this all the time, how it's like they harvesting your energy, but they want you in a tortured state. That's more sumptuous to them.
Right.
They want you in a tortured state. They don't want you all elevated and free with a free mind and all that. They want you full of their doctrine and all twisted and perverted and whatever the case may be, because that's more tasty to them, basically.
Right. And all we're telling you, fam, is that you have the power. You don't have to depend on them. As a matter of fact, you never should have been this dependent on them. It's dangerous. And anytime you have to depend on folks to feed you, you're playing a very, very dangerous game. And you don't have to do it. It's somebody, I can guarantee you, somebody in your family know how to grow something. I guarantee you. Go back and you check them genealogy records, you gonna see who was the farmers. Somebody know how to grow something. So, fam, I'm telling you, get prepared. And shout out to the black farmers. There are still a lot of black farmers, although they ran a lot of them off. There's still a lot out there, and there is a resurgence of black farmers. And it's coming from the grassroots level. One of the biggest groups I'm in, a black farmers group, baby, they get down. Do you understand me? They get down. I'm thinking I'm all that in the bag of chips. I'm good. I'm up on my shit. Now, I don't do the animals, but I do the other stuff. They own they shit. They know how to do the animals. They know how to put things to market. They're out there putting in the work. So there are Black folks that are doing it, and they go back generations doing that. And you have some that's new to the game that's doing it. So do not think that Black people in general are just sitting up here depending on the system, because they're not. And especially country folks, because they're out in the country. They got acres and acres of land. And they about their business. I've seen it firsthand. So I'm telling y'all, you better be getting with your folks locally. Get to know your local farmers. Get to starting your own garden. That's a great way to get your babies involved. And even if it's small, even if you just start out with little herbs and, little lettuce and little spinach. But y'all better get up on your game, because I'm telling you, they're coming out with the foolishness. This baby formula should be a huge wake up. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't even think they was gonna be that motherfucking low down and mess with that formula.
They did. They messed with that formula when they created the formula. They put too much estrogens in there and stuff. That's soy. Soy is, matter of fact, let's talk about these ingredients.
Go ahead, sis.
Yeah.
I had pulled an article on that on the formula and stuff too when I saw it. Go ahead, sis.
Dr. Berg was talking about drinking a whole lemon every day, just a whole lemon. And he was saying that these additives, preservatives, soy, and things like that is not vetted to our body. And they got I saw them currently AT&T that they got over 100 different additives. They don't even know if it's good for the human consumption, but yet they add it to your food. And so one of the things they added to baby formula was soy. Now I saw a documentary of a little boy riding his bicycle. He was in Guatemala, I think it was. He was riding his bicycle to school, and they were out there spraying the soy. And then he came back by that farm again, and by that time he was sick, and he died that night.
Oh, baby. Because
soy has to be sprayed with mega pesticides. So if they're spraying that stuff with pesticides and you consume it, guess what? Your liver takes that pesticide that you just consumed because the body doesn't recognize it.
Exactly.
Okay? And it stores it. And then when it gets too much of that stuff, because we buy soy, people eat soy. The liver doesn't recognize it, so it has to store it. The body can't use it. And then it spills over into your gut as fat.
Damn.
And that is our problem. We are some of the fattest people on the planet.
Yeah, that and that damn the sugar is messing with our insulin levels.
Our glucose levels.
Yeah, the glucose levels. Yep.
And the liver cannot process
fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, and they knew what the fuck they was doing.
And they did to destroy
because we wasn't on all of this corn syrup shit until they started subsidizing the growing of corn for the purpose of processing corn syrup, and they cannot convince me that they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So a lot of them other ingredients, they replaced it with the corn syrup, and not everybody running around big in a motherfucker because you had they replaced it with corn syrup, and that's not including the other sugar shit that we're eating, and it's fucking up our insulin levels.
Exactly. Now, what they did with the corn is they have these beetles or whatever, and they would attack it. So they made that corn with Roundup. So it has been breeded into the corn. Roundup. You know what Roundup, those you know what that stuff is. Right?
Yeah, that's a very deadly
Killer.
pesticide. Yeah.
Exactly. And a
Hmm.
human killer. So they hybrided the corn. It's a GMO
Yeah,
because
I agree. It's the high fructose corn syrup. I agree. It's the high
oh
fructose corn
that's
syrup.
Aspergilla bacteria. They make that high fructose corn syrup from Aspergilla bacteria. So you know why you want a manufactured sweetener. It's just like Rumsfeld had a deal with well, who was that? Uh, one of them presidents. I think it was
Hmm.
Reagan. He owed Reagan a favor. Do you know they did not vet that what you call it corn that corn syrup, the one the one that we use all the time, sweet and low, all those kind of things
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. You said it. You said aspartame. I think you said that.
Aspartame,
And
that's it.
the blue packet. I forget what the blue packet one is called. Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff will last in your body forever. And I had a friend. She was skinny as a rail, and all she did was use those sweeteners. That's all she did. She always drank tea when we went to lunch, or
And she was substituting
yeah, she
with the
was.
sweeteners.
She died of cirrhosis of the liver.
Oh damn! What? She wasn't a
Yeah,
drinker.
No,
I
ma'am.
was just talking about.
Damn. So it was that damn artificial sugar. Yeah,
Yes.
cause Dr. Berg, he the truth, y'all. He on YouTube. That's how I got off that sugar. And when I tell you that sugar is a motherfucker, baby, to get off. It's like a drug.
It's genetically modified for
It was and I'm like, well, I don't eat that much sugar. Shit, that's what I thought. But
it.
I mean, headaches. That sugar was a motherfucker to get off. So I'm like, I ain't never going back to all of that sugar. So he's right on point what he's talking about. So
Yeah.
sis Nonya says she the second one. Thank you, ladies, because I couldn't remember that recipe Big Mom and them had for that baby's formula. So we had pet milk and the Cairo syrup. And so now she has goat milk and Cairo syrup. So there you go, moms. I think, and sis, if this was you in the first one where you said you could get goat milk in the can, um, y'all need to run to the store and stock up on. And now I'm gonna go look for me some damn goat milk in the can because I had never seen it before. But stock up on when I be talking about y'all staples. All right, us old heads know what staples is from our grandmama and mama and them.
You can get dry milk too. You know, they
I
have
girl, I sure got me some.
yeah, you have to have dry milk.
That's my motherfucking backup. I sure got me some dry milk as backup. But those are your staples, your canned goods and all of that. And I know people be the fresh and the organic. Yeah. We know that we do that too. But you better goddamn it have you something. Your staples there too. So yeah, I think that I'm pretty sure that these ladies are correct
Yeah.
that the formula was either that pet's milk and that Cairo syrup
Mhm.
or goat milk and Cairo syrup.
Mhm. So our people, we are real sensitive to these additives. So if you wonder why you can't button up your jeans lately, it's because your liver is getting toxic.
Yep.
Your liver is getting toxic. And when your stomach finish filling up, then it goes to your heart and your lungs and your brain.
It makes a lot of sense.
And you walk around, can't hardly breathe because you can't move to burn that stuff off. But you know, Dr. Berg said one whole lemon, I'm talking about the whole lemon,
Mm-hmm.
8 ounces glass of water, and you can drink it with blueberries or whatever, and add you some sweetener, but don't get the packets now. And you drink one whole lemon. I mean the rind, the seed, the pulp, the whole thing. Don't put the seeds, the stem in there though, and blend that up and drink it once a day. It'll detox you.
That makes sense.
I've been doing it. I have been doing it. I've been doing it for maybe a month.
Mm-hmm.
Take that belly off.
Yep.
And you will never, the stuff that would come out from that liver been storing for you for years because you were getting fatter and fatter and fatter, and you don't know why you're getting
exactly.
fat.
And he's right, because you cut that sugar out, just watch.
Exactly. And you can't even eat a meal. I ate on my birthday. My family took me out to a vegetarian place, and because I don't eat meat, and I ate me a veggie burger. I had me a good time. It was really good. I put on 7 pounds that next day.
That's about right. And if you had the bread on that motherfucker, that was 5 of them 7.
I know it. I did. And so therefore I'm like, wait a minute. I know calorie count. 1,600 calories equals 1 pound. But
motherfucker, you telling me I ate 6,000 calories
in one meal?
Right, and a vegetarian meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And it was, I hate to say the brand name, but you know it's getting popular out there. And they say plant products. That's what they claim these veggie burgers have. Products. That's soy. And the Asian people can do soy. I heard about it. Asian people can do soy because they have a bacteria in their gut that has
that they can handle it.
They can handle it, but we can't. We can't. And so therefore, I put on 7 pounds, and I was.
Child, you can make your own veggie stuff.
Yeah, I do.
Over Rona and them. When we first went on a lockdown, I started making my own veggie burgers, veggie sausage. I started making my own stuff, and I prefer that. I'm like, fuck these people.
I was looking for the recipe for that. I saw it and I didn't like
it. I'll send it to you. It's real. It's so easy.
Yeah, I can make falafels, which is chickpeas. And they're like meatballs. You shape them like meatballs, and it's just chickpeas.
Yeah, you could do it so many ways. You can use really, to be honest, any type of bean.
Yeah, any type of bean.
Yeah, any type of bean. And the key to it is really, of course, your seasoning. Yeah. I would put Worcestershire salt in my sauce in mine, and just your regular seasoning. And if you really want to keep it all the way vegan and you don't want to put the egg in it, you can use damn, it's a mixture. I'm thinking black seed, but it's not black seed. I know you know, Sandra, what I'm talking about, because you can mix this stuff because you put it in your smoothies, but you can also mix it, and it's a binder.
The chai?
Is it the chai?
Chai, that is little black seeds?
Yeah, I will have to get it too. I'll send you the recipe though. And you can make them patties, make y'all shit up, and put it in the freezer and keep it pushing. Literally.
Yeah. V. Cooper 52 said, "Oh, veggie and sausage recipe."
Yeah, yep. I made the vegan sausage one, and it's literally pennies on the dollar.
And stop eating potato chips.
It's literally, yeah, I had to get off them potato chips.
And additives in there.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know Pam spray has soy in it. Soy lecithin.
Almost everything do, though.
Everything. And I think our people are super, super sensitive to that stuff. And I really, I used to think people
flax. Thank you, Laura. Yes, flax. Girl, that was working my nerves. Flax. That's it. Thank you, Sweet Pea. It's flax. Flax is a substitute for people that's truly, truly vegan. and you don't want to put eggs, flax. Okay, so the raw flax, you mix it with water, and that's your binder. You can use that as a binder. Flax. Thank you, sis.
Under that, I got a whole bag full of it.
Yeah, I knew you did. I'm like, sis, you use it in your smoothie. I knew you had that. So yeah, flax.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I was just telling people, our people, it's not that we eat a lot. I don't eat a lot. Matter of fact, I eat vegetables all the time.
It's the food.
It's the food.
I agree. I
It's the-
1000% agree. I 1000% agree.
So I just want to put that out there because when I look at Europeans and they eat the same food that we eat, they don't wear it like we wear it.
No, they don't. But you know, they over in Europe, they don't play with all them damn adjectives and stuff either.
The United States does.
They plus if you peep game in Europe, anybody that's been to Europe, and Brother Odell's in the back, he's getting ready to come on. Their breakfast is totally different.
Yeah.
Americans, we are too carb heavy. You
Right.
think about breakfast, it's like pancakes, carbs, hash brown.
That was a whole creation.
Exactly,
Like somebody
carbs.
said with the pyramid table.
Right,
Like
toast.
that was a program.
Exactly,
Who
carbs.
was to eat eggs and bacon and pancakes and all that
Exactly.
stuff for breakfast.
But to be honest, it's better for you to eat the bacon and the eggs than to eat the hash brown pancakes, because that's just too much sugar for your body to process. And at least the bacon and the eggs, because it's heavy protein, it's going to make you fuller. Because over in Europe, when I went and they set the breakfast before me, I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, what? They didn't have no pancakes, none of that. Now, depending on what country you are in, France, they into a lot of that damn bread. Every time you turn around, you get hit in the head with a thing of bread over in France. But they don't really eat a lot of it because they're eating the other stuff. But in the UK, and to me, no offense to my brother Odell, they got the shittiest food. I cannot stand the UK's food. But their breakfast with it's heavily meat. And if I remember correctly, I think they had like fermented beans. Yes, that's what it was. That's why I looked at that. I was like, what the fuck? Beans. They had like beans and sausages, different type of sausages, and
I saw that on there.
And the beans, and some places I saw like fermented vegetables, but I did not see heavily carb stuff.
Yeah.
I just didn't see it. I just didn't see it. So Americans just got a fucked up diet. It is too carb heavy.
You know that, like I said, these doctors now are telling it. They telling it. I see commercials of doctors talking about the additives that are making us fat.
Yeah, and it's the way that they're
and your
saying, yeah, they're telling us to eat, because we have to be honest. The generation that grew up with Big Mama and them, they wasn't fucking with all them carbs like that.
They made their own bread.
They did, and which I know some people in the South, they got to have bread with everything they ate. But that wasn't the main staple. They had food.
Right, they did.
We didn't eat. We did not eat like we're eating now with our grandparents. We didn't eat like that, because when they saw the way we were eating, when we call it up north, first they would say, you're starving yourself. That's the first thing that would come out their mouth. You're starving yourself. Because they're looking at what you got on your plate, and they like, my grandmother would say, as soon as you fart, you're going to be hungry. You're starving yourself. So it was no concept in the South like you make spaghetti, for example. Up north, y'all know that's a meal. Not in the fucking South. You better have some fish with that or some chicken or something, goddammit. Because it just ain't going to be no spaghetti.
Well, spaghetti is just wheat.
And that was a side. The spaghetti was a side in the South. That wasn't the main dish. So they have us eating a different way. In the South, a bowl of cereal is not a meal. That's not a meal in the South. That's a snack. My grandmothers and them didn't have a boxed cereal.
No, they didn't.
You either gonna get some oatmeal. Now, we true Southerners, we don't fuck with that malto meal stuff I done took and told y'all. We don't fuck with no warmed up wheat. But you gonna get you either some oatmeal or you gonna get some grits. And if you get them grits, you gonna get some meat with them grits and some eggs.
Yeah.
But oatmeal could stand on its own. So we're eating totally different. And if you didn't grow up with Big Mama and them, y'all don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about right now. So it's no surprise that, everybody's booty on their back and men running around with titties. Because the way that, we're putting together our meals, that's not the way we grew up.
I want to bring up one more thing. Stop feeding your children all this processed cereal with all the food colorings and additives to it.
I can't stand to see them babies eat that sugary ass cereal. Like I said, that is a fucking snack. That's not a meal.
And they're getting fatter. And you wonder why.
It's hardly any nutritional value in it. It's a snack. It's not a meal. I cannot stand to see them babies eat that cereal.
And go to school and wonder why they hungry.
Hungry as hell. Because now, I think my generation, the last generation, where you had the lunch ladies in there that knew how to, threw down, like they wore the motherfucking hair nets.
Yeah, I remember.
And had the scarf, and had that motherfucking hair net over there. And they was actually in the kitchen cooking. And literally, you can go up in there in the morning and get a breakfast. And their shit was, good.
Yeah.
We're only, we're probably 3 generations in now of eating like shit. And even in the schools, cereal was not the main meal. You could grab a little box, them little bitty individual box of cereal with the little bit of milk, but you could still go and get you a regular breakfast. So this total way of this quick eating fast food, it has literally fucked up a couple of generations.
Well,
it's literally fucked up their health.
They started the additives, they said, in 1950.
Yeah, because remember when that's before our time, but that's when they start coming out with the TV dinners and all of that. But
I can't stand that.
Big Mama and them, they didn't motherfucking play them TV dinners. Even my mom and them didn't play them TV dinners, because I know goddamn well you couldn't feed my dad no TV dinner.
No, we didn't need TV. I don't know nothing about a TV dinner. No.
But that's when they start coming out with that stuff in the 50s.
I ate some once and I said, ooh.
Yeah, but they've been working on it for quite a while. But just because they come out with something, that does not mean we have to adopt that. And that goes back into your culture.
Yeah.
How were you raised? And if you weren't taught these things.
I was raised in country style.
Yeah, I know I was, to the bone. But if you weren't raised that way, if you don't know how to cook a meal to where you're not fucking hungry, some people literally, they don't know how to do anything else but cook something as a main meal that's really a snack.
And the box cakes. Oh my God, I can't stand them.
I don't really bake like that. It take a lot for me to bake. I can do pies and stuff, but I really don't fuck
Yeah,
with
so
cakes like that. And look at me, like it's the cake's fault. Straight my fault, y'all. It be misshapen because I just don't be doing something right. But whatever. But yeah, but we're gonna have to get back to a lot of the basics. And I know some of the younger generation, you may not have been raised with that. But I think you're gonna have to learn it because the food supply, it's getting worse.
and they don't mind adding your additives in there. They do not mind because it gives them money. The longer it stays on the shelf to be sold,
Absolutely.
the more they gonna put them in there. And I don't think they regulate them. They must not regulate them because then they look and then they wonder why we're getting so fat. And there's another additive they put.
And they know they want to sit up and act like they don't know. They know.
Oh, they know.
They know why they think, people in the hood so fat. First of all, it's the fucking food desert.
And they die early.
So they know exactly what they're doing. That's why, we have to go back to some of the old culture and the old ways. And yeah, it's gonna take people getting in the kitchen. The sad part about it, people work so much, they work so hard that parents are tired, so they go for the convenient stuff. Trust me, I understand it. It's tough. It's definitely tough. So when you cook, goddamn it, cook for a couple days and make that shit last. And that's when you got to go old school. You got some McDonald's money?
Whoa.
How can I go to McDonald's? You got some McDonald's money? Nope, we got food in the refrigerator. So it's going to take a little bit of sacrifice, but it's worth it.
I remember this story I had. One of my kids had a birthday party, and I always bake my cakes from scratch. And so I baked the cake, and I had some European little girl over there, and she tasted my cake, and she said, "Ugh, this is nasty."
What was her problem?
She's used to box cakes.
What? How she could? But that's no excuse. A box cake over a scratch cake, there's no comparison. What the hell is her problem?
They get addicted to the fake stuff they put in.
Child, that's some addiction I don't want. Because nothing is gonna outtaste a homemade cake over that box stuff.
No, and then the box stuff gives you an aftertaste. You have
it does. It absolutely does.
Forever that taste is there, you can't get it out.
Yeah.
I won't do it. I said no, I'm good. I'm not eating box cake. But that's what she said. So that was that beginning generation of the kids that just don't want cakes, but box cakes. They want that now. And it's a sad thing because their parents give it to them.
Yeah.
Even if you go to a bakery, you pay $400 for a cake, and you taste it. It's made from a box.
Yeah, and you can tell. You can tell. I've gotten in a crunch and gone because, like I said, I do not bake cakes, y'all. I really have to concentrate, and I could do pound cake, but them other cakes, I just can't fuck with them. I don't have the patience to do them. I'll just say it that way. But I have done that, gone, okay, I don't have time. I know I said I'll do the cake, so let me go to this Shishi Poo bakery, order this motherfucking cake, go get it, bring it to the function, and everybody else like, this good, and I taste it. I'm like, this is a piece of shit. This ain't from scratch, because you know what from scratch is.
Yeah, it's a heavier.
It is heavier. Absolutely, it's heavier.
Summer Rain said they're putting dog food in their establishments at restaurants.
Child, I'm telling y'all better start cooking at the crib.
Yeah, and learning how to cook.
Yeah, learning how to cook. Go on YouTube. Get some old school grandmothers on there cooking. If you don't know how to cook, you need to really learn. Cause I don't want to depend on these folks to feed me, because you're not going to get the nutrition that you need.
Or you're gonna probably dodge the bombs and the bullets if they do war and stuff, but you're gonna die from the food. Now that is something else.
And there's no need for it. There's plenty on the planet. And now I don't know what the hell going on in China. Mama Earth spanking they ass, but in the Americas, there's no shortage of food.
No.
There isn't. So start taking care of yourself. Those are simple things that you can do. And once you start cooking, and I know it's hard, it's time consuming. And the only tip I can offer you is, if you're gonna be in the kitchen cooking, cook for a couple days.
Yeah.
And portion that shit out, especially if you got a family, and put that shit in the refrigerator and keep it pushing.
So Summer Rain said the birthday cakes, the grocery stores are filled with artificial colors.
Yeah. So, and these are good business ideas for people that do like to cook. Now, I've seen a couple of people that they've made it into a business where they will cook entire menu for a whole week for families, or people cook on a daily basis.
Yep. I have to learn how to cook.
So you got options, but depending on these folks, ciao. Yeah, my mom and them didn't play that McDonald's stuff, and I used to have my friends and them rolling when I got an adult. And they're like, y'all didn't go to McDonald's? I'm like, my mom didn't give a fuck. You understand me? She would roll up to McDonald's if she was in a crunch to get her a cup of coffee. Now, notice I said if she was in a crunch to get her a cup of coffee. And then we thought we was slick in the back trying to beg for something. No, it's food at the house. and then if she felt generous, okay, you can get some. But one thing, we like, what the fuck? What the fuck you mean one thing? So I can only get a fry or a burger or an apple pie or a soda. I can't get no complete motherfucking meal. I said one thing. She didn't play that. They just didn't play that fast food stuff.
Well, my mama did. We got hamburgers, and I got a burger on the way. Egg McMuffin on the way to work one day. I had diarrhea all day.
I know you did. Your body ain't used to that processed stuff.
I haven't eaten McDonald's since.
Yeah, I have not been in McDonald's, oh my God, in years. I used to get their coffee when I was in a crunch and I was on my way going into work, but to eat their food, I haven't eaten it in years. So, all right, fam, I know we've been on this for a while. So there you have it. So shout out to the sisters dropping in the alternative for the formula. So we're saying pet milk or goat's milk. I learned me something new today, that you can get the goat milk in the can, but mix it with that Karo syrup. Okay, so ladies, what about that molasses? I don't think the baby's gonna like that molasses though.
It's kind of heavy.
Yeah, but y'all keep some molasses too. I got my motherfucking molasses up there too.
What you call it, gingerbread and stuff?
No, I use my molasses for when I make what do you call it? Energy bars and granola bars. I don't buy that shit.
Gingerbread, I make it.
Oh, do you? Yeah, that's what I use my molasses for. And somebody said honey. Get the raw organic honey.
Yeah, unprocessed.
Right, the unprocessed, because the stuff in the store, I ain't all the way trusting that. So get the raw organic honey. So Sis Tressie said, Grandma stayed in the kitchen sweating like a Hebrew slave, cooking for our family. I miss her so much. Her food made me sing. I know. Well, nothing like Grandma and them cooking. And I have so much respect for them because it took them all day to take care of the family. That's why I cut a man's throat up here talking this motherfucking bullshit. You want me to work 40, 50 hours and be cooking and cleaning like that? Nah, bro, you not finna get both. That ain't finna happen because Big Mom and them was up in the morning. 6 o'clock was late for them. By the time they told you, get your ass up, because you ain't finna sleep past 7, I can guarantee you that. You not finna sleep past 7 a.m. up in Big Mom and them house. I don't give a damn if it's the weekend. I don't give a damn. You not sleeping past no 7 a.m. So about time they tell you to get your ass up, they are already up, and that's if the food don't wake you up out of your sleep. And at a minimum, she's drinking on her some coffee. So it took them all day. So once breakfast was done, they had to clean up, start preparing lunch, and then had to clean up, start preparing dinner. Then in between that, clean up the motherfucking house, fuss at the children. That's a full-time job. And you're absolutely right. And it's just me, y'all. And I'll be like, God damn, how they do it? I'm up here trying to maintain my meals, trying to make sure I always have something in the refrigerator that I can pull out that I've homemade, and it's just fucking me. So absolutely, shout out to Grandma and them that stayed in the kitchen that fed the entire family. And it's a shame that that's not valued. And I'm sorry, you ain't finna pimp me, finna have me working on the plantation 40 hours and then I'm coming home doing all that. No, nigga, no, it's gonna be one or the other. Take your motherfucking pick. Nope. Because I know what it takes. I saw it. So yeah, shout out to them. Shoot. All right, y'all. No, it's not the same. The food was good because it was cooked with love. Y'all know how that was. You couldn't stand over her motherfucking food. I'm like that today. Get the fuck out my kitchen. Don't lift none of my pots. I'm going to cuss you out. I can't stand nobody rolling in my kitchen. I'm trying to cook. I got my little music, depending on the time of day, my coffee, whatever. Don't be in the kitchen fucking harassing me. If you're not sitting at the kitchen table keeping me company, don't be by my stove. Don't be standing over my shoulder, standing over the mixing bowl, because I'm going to cut you or cuss you out. Or maybe both. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I used to be all up in there though. That's how me and my brother, like, we realized it when we got older. We was like, oh dang, that's how we learned how to cook. It's by being in there snooping and just fucking watching.
Yep.
And that's a great asset because, you know,
it's everybody should know how to cook, to be honest.
Everybody, people be thinking it's like, oh, that's another conversation, but people just try to genderize certain things.
Yeah,
like, no, this is
shit, you better know how to cook. I taught my brothers.
Know how to do it.
Yeah, because they thought they was finna be slick. I'm like, oh, nigga, not today, not ever. You gonna learn how to cook today. So I literally taught my brothers how to cook. No, you gonna learn. But yeah, that's how I learned, by watching my grandmother. And actually, my dad was a better cook than my mom. My mom can cook, but my dad was a better cook than her because his sister taught him. So I learned from him, my grandmother, and I learned from my mom too, but they were just much, much better cooks. And so I learned from all of my grandmothers just by watching them. And to this day, if my mom, I roll up over her house, she roll up over here, she gonna look in my cabinet. First thing she gonna pull out, you gonna have to make some croquettes. And I'm like, Mom, you should know how to make them by now. You know how to make them like your grandmother. How you know how to do them like your grandmother? I said, I watched her. You was a little girl. I'm like, I don't know. I just watched her. I just know how to do it. So, yeah, everybody should know how to cook. That's the bottom line. It is a survival
uncles
skill.
and them, they be on the grill. They can cook too, but that grilling, that'd be like a whole other thing. Be like, oh my God, you just smoke this to perfection.
Exactly.
Like,
that part. Exactly. You like, oh my God. And when they got that smoker, baby, let me tell you something. That's why Black folks, we got to get our shit together. Because, I mean, Black people, this is our culture. It still blows my mind when I run into Black folks that don't know how to cook.
It's strange, huh?
I be looking at them like, what do you mean you don't know how to cook? It's literally a part of our culture.
Yep, Top Cat had did that drop on all the indigenous American foods and all this stuff that we think is from other cultures, but it's really ours.
I was shocked. I'm like, damn, all of that's ours. I was really, really shocked. And the rice was the one that took me out.
Rice?
Yeah, that's from here.
I love rice.
It's from here. And the best rice is that Carolina rice. And I'm like, damn, that makes sense because rice was a staple. Right. Child, you can, in the South, you can have rice for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And dessert. My mom and aunt make that rice pudding.
I didn't fuck with. I ain't fuck with that rice pudding because I don't like the texture. But you're right. It can be a dessert. Yeah.
The custard with and without the custard.
Exactly. I did not realize that rice was from us. I didn't know that.
Somebody had mentioned rice milk when we was talking about the different milks earlier. Yeah, I fuck with some rice milk too.
Yeah, but again, it's how is that rice processed? Yeah, that's the fucked up part about it. Is how is that rice processed? Yep. So, family, we gonna have to get back in the kitchen for the sake of our health and our children. Now she cracking up. I know she is. I know she can relate to what I'm talking about, though. Where is the lie? It ain't ne'er lie told. So, all right then, fam. Let me bring up that sweet bread. Yeah, I only had that a couple times. I can't remember who used to make that. I can't remember which one of my relatives used to make that. Yep. We had a couple of smokers. My dad used to make them smokers. Out of them metal barrels.
I got them.
Yep. And I mean, now let's be clear. Your smoker is not your only grill. See, we real cooks up and around here.
And then I grew up in Baltimore around the bay, Chesapeake Bay and stuff. So like the seafood boil being indigenous to us too. And like motherfuckers love seafood boil. I mean, certain people, other people, oh my God, that's insects of the sea.
Right. That's the roaches of the sea. That's the this and the that. But then get in the bedroom and eat ass. Make it make sense. Sorry, Niecy Pooh's mom, but I'm just keeping it real up in here. But yeah, whatever the case. All right. So let's bring up Brother Odell. And you're going to have to explain for us, Brother Odell, that UK breakfast. Although it is healthy, but... So let's bring in Brother Odell. Your crazy American cousins, we wild. So you should be unmuted, brother.
Some beans and fish and chips.
That fish and chips. I know that ain't no indigenous Brit. It can't be. It can't be.
Fish and chips.
Yeah, and then that blood pie or it's some blood pudding or some old crap. I couldn't get with they food over there.
Spotted dick.
I couldn't do it. I did not like their food at all. All right, Brother Odell, you can unmute yourself when you're ready. Because I don't know where you at. We've been running our mouth. So when you ready to come in, you come on in. Black. Oh, Chesapeake Indian. Bread pudding. Yep, bread pudding is good. And bread pudding is really, really easy to make.
Yeah.
It's extremely easy to make. So yeah, bread pudding it's good too. So yeah, fam, y'all better get back in the kitchen for your health and the family. And also it's a culture thing. Literally, it's literally your culture. Okay. All right. So while we're waiting on Brother Odell, whenever you're ready, brother, you can unmute yourself. I did have a couple things to share with the fam. Tell me why them folks in the UK don't use salt. I don't know, y'all. I just tried. Now, it ain't like I went over no indigenous Brits people crib to see what they throw down on. But it was bland and all of them sausages looking like private parts. I couldn't do it, y'all. I'm like, this is too much. I'm hungry as fuck. I couldn't wait to get up out of there. And the only thing that was you could stomach really was the fish and chips. But and that's only so much grease you want to do on that. And they do a lot of Indian food, and they just got some nasty ass food in the UK, far as I'm concerned. And that was years ago that I went, but child, I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling that shit at all. Not at all. But the best one, Italy has some hidden food. Their food was really, really good. But the UK,
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. Okay, so this fam is the article I pulled on the baby formula. What's behind the baby formula? So let me see if I could play this. Hopefully, come on with the commercials. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, la 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 la. Da 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 da. Come on. Everybody want to get their money on with the advertisement. I hope it's gonna go into this. If not, I'll have to read it. Oh, what the hell? So that was just straight advertisement? All right, well, I'm gonna have to read it. Okay, so what's behind the baby formula shortage? Washington Associated Press. Many parents are hunting for infant formula after a combination of short and long-term problems hit most of the biggest U.S. brands. Millions of babies in the U.S. rely on formula, which is the only source of nutrition recommended for infants who aren't exclusively breastfed. Here's a look at what's behind the problem and what parents can do. Why is there a shortage? Ongoing supply disruptions have combined with a recent safety recall to squeeze supplies. The problem began last year as C-19 pandemic led to disruptions in labor, transportation, and raw materials, economy-wide issues that didn't spare the formula industry. Inventory was further squeezed by parents stockpiling during C-19 lockdowns. Yeah, blame it on the parents. Okay. Then in February, Abbott Nutrition recalled several major brands of powdered formula and shut down its Sturgis, Michigan factory when federal officials began investigating 4 babies who suffered bacterial infections after consuming formula from the facility. Child. What is in baby formula? Most formula are made from protein from cow's milk that has been altered to be easier to digest and enhanced with nutrients babies need for growth and development. The Food and Drug Administration sets specific nutritional requirements, including minimum amounts of protein, fat, calcium, and a number of vitamins. Now, notice they ain't telling you what them vitamins are. Formula makers achieve these levels by adding various sugars, oils, and minerals.
Sugars.
But I'm going to tell y'all, when they were on the news talking about this, because some mothers were going back old school and they were making their own formula and they were saying they were using sugar. Now, I didn't hear nobody say the Karo syrup, because that's accurate. That I do remember. And the experts gonna tell them, no, that's not it. But they sitting here telling you that's what they making it from. The formulas are designed to mimic breast milk, though studies have repeatedly shown better health for babies who are breastfed. Why can't all mothers rely on breast milk? Health professionals recommend exclusively feeding babies until they are 6 months old, but federal figures show that only 1 in 4 are relying solely on breast milk at that age. So that's a very small number. Mothers face a number of challenges to long-term breastfeeding, including, here we go, returning to work, and feeding the time and equipment needed to pump breast milk. About 60% of mothers stop breastfeeding sooner than they had planned, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. State and federal laws have been enacted to encourage breastfeeding by requiring break time and accommodations for mothers and infants.
Yeah. Facts.
Rates of breastfeeding have consistently been lower among whom? Black babies than other groups. About 3/4 of Black babies ever are breastfed, below the national average of 84%, according to the CDC. Now, I'm going to tell you, this started after Generation X. And actually, they started introducing formula with my generation. Okay? But that was not the norm for melanated babies. They were breastfed. And if they couldn't be breastfed for whatever reason, Big Mama and them whipped up their own formula, because there wasn't no off-the-counter formula or over-the-counter formula. What should parents do if they are having trouble finding formula? Talk with your pediatrician or call a local food bank to see if they can help locate some options. Now, I don't know about you, but who wants to be in this predicament? Experts also recommend checking with smaller stores and pharmacies, which may still have supplies when larger stores run out. Most regular baby formulas contain the same basic ingredients and nutrients, so parents shouldn't hesitate to buy a different brand if they're having trouble finding their regular one. Okay, and the sad part about that, that's not going to guarantee that that little one is going to take to whatever that formula is, because their little tummies have to adjust to whatever concoction ingredients they have in their formulas. And some babies, you literally have to stick to a certain brand because their body rejects that stuff. Some infants require special formulas. See, we was right. We be knowing what we be talking about. Due to allergies, digestive problems, and other medical conditions. Parents should talk to their doctor if they can't find the products which manufacturers usually distribute through pharmacies and clinics. Low-income families that qualify for WIC, a federal program similar to food stamps that serves mother and children, can also contact their local agency. Health official also warned against buying formula via social media websites or outside conventional retailers because they could be counterfeit. And I would agree with that. But child, I don't know. I wouldn't be buying it for someone else, but I wouldn't let my baby starve either. I would definitely go with the pet milk and the Karo syrup before I let my baby starve. Why are parents told not to use make your own formula recipes online? I told you y'all they were saying this. Many do-it-yourself formula recipes are made from cow's milk and granular sugar that may be difficult for young babies to digest. They also lack the specific vitamins and proteins found in breast milk and FDA approval formulas that are needed for basic nutrition. Particularly for small babies, many of these formulas and mixtures that are found online don't contain even the most basic nutrient mixes that babies need to survive, said Dr. Stephen Abrams, a pediatrician at the University of Texas, Austin. Abrams also stressed that parents should never dilute infant formula. When are supplies likely to improve? Health regulators recently announced several steps designed to boost supply, including allowing faster importation of certain foreign brands. The FDA is working with Abbott to try to fix the violations that triggered the shutdown of its Michigan plant, which produces Similac, Elicare, and other several leading brands. The Chicago-based company said this week that pending FDA approval, it could restart manufacturing at its plant within 2 weeks. After that, it would take another 6 to 8 weeks before new products hit store shelves. But even then, experts caution that many of the industry-wide issues will continue to restrain supplies. This is going to be a problem, and it's not going away for at least a period of several months, Abrams said. So this article is from NBC, and it came out, I don't think it came out today because, they updated it today. But I pulled this before then. I could have sworn I did. But anyway, the title of the article is What's Behind the Baby Formula Shortage. All right?
Disk not ejected properly.
All right. So, there you have it, fam. All right, Brother Odell. We ready whenever you're ready. If not, I'm going to go on to the next thing. So just chime in and stop me when you're ready. Put something on it. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about, trying to see what I want to go to. I'm going to get on one thing really quick, and then I'm going to get on another thing, and I'm pretty sure that's when Brother Odell's going to want to chime in.
And I wanted to share something too.
Yeah, you go ahead and share your stuff then, son, because you did say you had something to share. Do it have any music or any of that? Because I don't need the foolishness.
No, it's just an interview with the man talking about his book, really. And I wanted to bring it up because it talks about language.
Oh, yeah, you did say that. Okay.
And, and a lot of the stuff we talk about, whether it's these doctrines or these people, language is the technology. Mm-hmm. And I don't think people recognize that too. We say words or spells, they have the power to, change the, world around you. You can manifest things, you can open portals, all of this type thing. And so this guy wrote this book. Let me share, because I'm just gonna read the little thing on YouTube, and then just play the last little part of his interview, because he's talking about this book that he wrote, basically about the different forms of doublespeak and just like dictionaries and the history of words, and how dictionaries and words are very political in it of itself, and how dictionaries are edited, and some of them are going to be abridged, and the difference between abridged and unabridged and what they leaving out. And so you even have censorship on the level of defining certain words, and who has access to knowing that this one word has 4 definitions or 8 or 20, or what was its original meaning before it at this time and period started being defined this way.
Right.
So hold on, let me get here.
Okay, and as soon as you bring that open, okay, hold on a second. Let me fix the screen so the fam can see. Let me turn on this light for a second. I'd be looking like a ghost when I had this light on. Where is that? Hold on a second. Okay, you should be. Let me check this other computer. You should be coming up. Just a second.
And then in the clip, I listened to it, and he ends on a little point that sis Tamika T. Christopher in the chat. I was like, wow, this is exactly when she talks about how these different departments, they were named this, and then there was a certain switch over, and now they're called the Department of this, as opposed to what they call. And so, yeah.
Okay, we ready. YouTube can see it now.
Okay, so this is called "When Language is Used to Deceive You: How Doublespeak Distorts Reality and Corrupts Thought," 1989. And I'm just gonna read the little synopsis here. Doublespeak is language that deliberately obscures, disguises, distorts, or reverses the meaning of words. Doublespeak may take the form of euphemisms like downsizing or for layoffs, and servicing the target for bombing.
Wow.
In which case, it is primarily meant to make the truth sound more palatable. It may also refer to intentional ambiguity in language or to actual inversions of meaning. In such cases, doublespeak disguises the nature of the truth. Doublespeak is most closely associated with political language. The word is comparable to George Orwell's newspeak and doublethink, as used in his book 1984, though the term doublespeak does not appear there. The term doublespeak derives from 2 concepts in George Orwell's novel 1984, doublethink and newspeak, though the term is not used in the book. Another variant, double talk, also referring to deliberately ambiguous speech, did exist at the time Orwell wrote his book, but the usage of doublespeak as well as of double talk in the sense emphasizing ambiguity clearly postdates the publication of 1984. Parallels have also been drawn between doublespeak and Orwell's classic essay, Politics and the English Language, which discusses the distortion of language for political purposes. In it, he observes that political language serves to distort and obfuscate reality. Orwell's description of political speech is extremely similar to the contemporary definition of doublespeak. In our time, political language, political speech and writing are largely the defense of the indefensible. Thus, political language has to consist largely of euphemism, question, begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. The great enemy of clear language is insincerity, my bad. The great enemy of language is insincerity, where there is a gap between one's real and one's declared aims. One turns, as it were, instinctively to long words and exhausted idioms. The writer Edward S. Herman cited what he saw as examples of doublespeak and doublethink in modern society. Herman describes in his book, Beyond Hypocrisy, the political characteristic of doublespeak. Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky comment in their book, Manufacturing
Consent.
I thought that was interesting.
I know.
Manufacturing consent. So the doublespeak they trying to make your mind up for you to agree to the bullshit.
Exactly.
So in there, manufacturing consent, the political economy of mass media, that Orwellian doublespeak is an important component of the manipulation of the English language in American media through a process called dichotomization, a component of media propaganda involving deeply embedded double standards in the reporting of news. For example, the use of state funds by the poor and financially needy is commonly referred to as social welfare or handouts, which the coddled poor take advantage of. These terms, however, are not as often applied to other beneficiaries of government spending, such as military spending. The bellicose language used interchangeably with calls for peace towards Armenian by Azerbaijani President Aliyev after the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war were described as doublespeak in the media. Doublespeak, particularly when exaggerated, can be used as a defense device in satirical comedy and social commentary to ironically parody political or bureaucratic establishments intent on ossification or prevarication. The television series Yes Minister is notable for its use of this device. Oscar Wilde was an early proponent of this device and a significant influence on Orwell. William D. Lutz has served as the third chairman of the Doublespeak Committee. They got a committee on this.
Wow.
Since 1975. In 1989, both his own book, Doublespeak, and under his editorship, the committee's third book, Beyond 1984, were published. Beyond 1984 consists of 220 pages and 18 articles contributed by longtime committee members and others whose bodies of work have contributed to public understanding about language, as well as a bibliography of 103 sources on doublespeak. Lutz was also the former editor of the now defunct Quarterly Review of Doublespeak, which examined the use of vocabulary by public officials to obscure the underlying meaning of what they tell the public. Lutz is one of the main contributors to the committee, as well as promoting the term doublespeak to a mass audience to inform them of its deceptive qualities. He mentions, there is more to being an effective consumer of language. I thought that was an interesting term too, a consumer of language, than just expressing dismay at dangling modifiers, faulty subject and verb agreement, or questionable usage. All who use language should be concerned whether statements and facts agree, whether language is, in Orwell's words, largely the defense of the indefensible, and whether language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. So he's interviewing this guy about the book Doublespeak, and I'm just gonna play the end of it where he just talking on a couple things.
Okay, so what's this YouTube channel? So if they want to get the whole thing, okay, the Film Archive.
Yes, the Film Archives is the name of the channel. I'll drop it in the chat again. And then it's called When Language is Used to Deceive You, How Doublespeak Distorts Reality and Corrupts Thought.
Okay.
It says, quote, Bill Lutz is the 1990 George Orwell.
Is that good sound before I keep it going? Y'all can hear that?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I could hear it.
Okay.
Larry King. Which Larry King is that?
That's Larry King. I was on a show twice, and we had a lot of fun. The book, and when the book came out, I had sent him a copy, and he was kind enough to give me that blurb. But the first time I was on his show, we spent 2 hours going through Doublespeak and people calling in, and that we really enjoyed it.
The reason I ask is that I want you to go back to the George Orwell thing, because we want to talk a little bit about the words in the time we have remaining. Who was George Orwell?
George Orwell was a British essayist, reviewer, critic, novelist who published the now classic novel 1984. But in 1947, he published Politics in the English Language, an essay which, by the way, is the most reprinted essay in the English language. It's just endlessly reprinted, in which he warned about the corruption of thought through language. The examples he used all came from Stalinist Russia and Nazi Germany. He had, during the Second World War, served in the British Ministry of Propaganda or Information and was introduced to the inside of the propaganda process. And he wrote 1984 as a novel of the future in which, given the growth of the power of communications and the sophisticated use of language, totalitarian government would base their power upon the control of minds through language. And he really believed that.
When did he die?
He died in 1948 of lung disease.
You think he would have, if he'd lived, he'd have been surprised about two things. One, the popularity of 1984 as a novel, and two, what actually happened in those totalitarian governments in 1989.
By both of those. First of all, there's a whole discussion over why this novel became so popular. It was originally titled, by the way, The Last Man in Europe. And it got the title 1984 by flipping the last two digits of 48. Oh, by the way, he died in 49 because he died right after the novel came out. The novel did only modestly well. After he died, however, it got tremendously popular. He also published Animal Farm, that classic, which was soundly denounced by the Communist Party and also got out of press. But it wasn't until after his death that the novel became as popular as it was. In 1984, that novel sold 50,000 copies a week in the United States.
In 1984?
In 1984, in the year of 1984.
Did the fact the novel exists, have any impact on making sure that it really didn't happen?
Well, during 1984, there were, of course, a flurry of conferences and discussions about, has the world of 1984 come to pass? And of course, there were people who said, no, look, we have an end on hand. People said, oh, yes, it has. That's a judgment call. I think that in some ways, it's far worse than the world that Orwell envisioned. On the other hand, it's not as bad as he envisioned. The events in Eastern Europe show us that it is becoming almost impossible to control the information environment as tightly as Orwell envisioned it. The only country I can think of that can do that now is North Korea. They're the only one that is they're hermetically sealed from the rest of the world. Romania is trying to be hermetically sealed, and I don't know how successful they will be. But as the Chinese government found out, the existence of telephones and fax machines and personal computers simply makes it impossible to control language and therefore ideas in the way that Orwell did before. But I think what governments have done, they've just gone a step beyond that. They will let the information flow. They will just try and control the way that the content of that flow of information.
Now, the George Orwell Award for Distinguished Contribution to Honesty and Clarity in Public Language, Donald Bartlett and James Steele, reporters for the Philadelphia Inquirer in 88.
Yes. Oh, in 88, it was Edward Herman, professor of finance at the, that was 88.
That was 88.
They did a series of articles in the Philadelphia Inquirer on the tax reform bill, showing that through false, deceptive language that was inserted into the bill, billions of dollars in special tax breaks were given away to individuals and companies and corporations. And it was all done through deceptive language that no one knew.
Tax breaks, corporations.
In such a way that applied only to one individual. Great example. One business was defined as a family farm in that bill, thereby giving them the special tax breaks for farmers. That business employs 25,000 people and has a gross income of over $1.5 billion a year.
Wow.
87 was Noam Chomsky for On Power and Ideology. 86 was Neil Postman, Amusing Ourselves to Death. 85 was Torben Verdergaard and Ken Schroeder.
Yeah, they're two Danish professors.
and one more, 84, was Ted Koppel, moderator of ABC's television program, Nightline. In general, who gives the George Orwell Award, and what's usually the reason?
Well, the Committee on Public Doublespeak of the National Council of Teachers of English. We take nominations from anybody who wants to give us nominations. We vote. We have 35 members on the committee. They're all teachers of English. We have one statistician and one philosopher on the committee, and we vote. What we look for is someone who has contributed to clarity in language and public discourse. Nightline, I think, is a good example. Ted Koppel, I think, is famous for saying, wait a minute here, can we back up and explain that one for a minute? I mean, he's very good at doing that. We think that contributes to clarity in discourse. We gave it to Bartlett and Steele because of revealing that intricacies of that tax law were needlessly done, and that the language was deliberately opaque to give special tax breaks to a lot of people and corporations, that tens of billions of dollars worth. We think that that's important, that people know about that this language is being used to take money out of their pockets because somebody's going to have to make up for that missing tax revenue. So we're looking for people who contribute to honesty in language, clarity in language, that way.
Okay, the recipients of the Doublespeak Award, same group give out?
Yes, same group. We vote each year, and from the nominations that we receive, and we try to give the award as a symbolic award to an American public figure who has used doublespeak that has consequences of some kind on public policy or a public issue. In 1989, we gave it to Exxon Corporation for calling the 35 miles of shoreline in Alaska environmentally clean. When reporters pointed out that there was still oil all over the place, an Exxon spokesman said, well, clean doesn't mean that every oil stain is off every rock. It means the natural inhabitants can live there.
Let me go quickly through the list to the 80s. 80 was Ronald Reagan, 81 was Alexander Haig, 82 was Republican National Committee, 83 Ronald Reagan, 84 was the Department of State, 85 the CIA, 86 NASA, 87 Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, 88 Defense Secretary Frank Carlucci, Admiral William Kraut, and Rear Admiral William Fogarty. A political question to you. If someone read that list, they would think possibly that this is a one-sided award to only one side of the political spectrum.
Well, for this reason, the Republican Party has been in power for 8 years. And so, when Jimmy Carter was in, he got it. So, these are the people who have the power to affect public policy through their language. As I point out, Democrats don't get quoted too much these days. They're not in power. If they get in power, they'll be right.
That was then.
Everybody else. I don't.
Right.
I mean, we caucused during his campaign for his doublespeak, which he used. And if he had been elected president, he'd be in the running along with everyone else.
Either Republican or Democratic Party better than the other when it comes to doublespeak?
No, they both use it. It seems to go with the territory. Our point is that, as Orwell said, it's political language, and political language tends to, in the 20th century, to be this kind of misleading and deceptive language. Whether it's, by the way, the legacy from the Johnson administration was the language of Vietnam and the language of the poverty program, which stopped calling people poor and started calling them disadvantaged and stopped talking about slums and ghettos.
Disenfranchised.
That's a heritage of the Johnson administration.
Go back to when we started this conversation. I asked you, I think, in the beginning, is this done on purpose and with calculation? And you said yes.
Yes. In fact, I cite a couple incidents in the book where I can document it was done. One is revenue enhancement. They had a meeting in the Office of Management and Budget. They said, we need a phrase to replace tax increase. They came up with revenue enhancement. When Lawrence Kudlow, the economist, was asked why they did that, he said, because there's no better way to sell economic policy than the euphemistic route. He was quite proud of the fact that they came up with that phrase. And Peacekeeper, as the name for the MX missile. Again, Robert McFarland chaired the committee meeting in which he facetiously suggested that they couldn't name it Widowmaker, could they? So instead they came up with Peacemaker. But later, President Reagan misread his cue cards and said Peacekeeper. And since it was a televised speech, it became the Peacekeeper. And it was a name that was deliberately designed to make a nuclear missile sound nice.
Does it work?
Yes. Oh, of course it works.
I mean, most people don't hear it.
They will hear some of it, but not all of it. One of my favorite examples this past year is the Resource Development Park that they were going to establish in Kansas City, until the good folks in the neighborhood where they were going to put the park asked, what is a Resource Development Park? Do you know what a Resource Development Park is?
Right.
In Kansas City, it's a dump.
Child, no, they didn't.
Nobody asked what it meant. They deliberately invented that phrase to try and slip a dump into the neighborhood without anyone noticing it until it was too late.
We just have a short time left, and there are a number of things that our audience may be interested in. I've got here in my hand the quarterly review of Doublespeak. Is there an organization that you can join if you want to get into this?
You don't have to join. You can just subscribe to that. In fact, most of the subscribers are civilian public and not even English teachers. It's $8 a year. It's subsidized by the National Council of Teachers of English. So that's why the cost is so low.
Where do you get it?
You can simply write to the quarterly review of Doublespeak in Urbana, Illinois.
I've got the 1111 Kenyon Road, Urbana, Illinois.
Yes.
61801, National Council of Teachers of English. And $8 and you're a subscriber. And what will you get out of this?
I edit it. You will get all the latest examples of Doublespeak that are sent to me, which I put in there. Articles on Doublespeak, book reviews on books of interest, cartoons, short pieces on what's the latest in advertising Doublespeak. And I try to make it fun and funny and interesting and entertaining at the same time. We also learn things like how to read public opinion polls so that you're not misled by the results.
One last question. Your favorite Doublespeak word or phrase?
Right here.
The Department of Defense, which until 1947 was the Department of War.
Wait a minute. So he said the Department of Defense
was the Department of War.
Bam.
Damn. So that's the book, Doublespeak, William Lutz. But did you say, son Scotty, that this organization, it no longer exists?
Yeah, I think it's defunct. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's defunct. Yeah. Because that was like back in like 1980 something.
That would be great. He would have a lot of material today if it was still in operation.
But I literally just found this today, so I'm not sure. If I don't know, he done made a resurface. I gotta dig more into Mr. William Lutz. But that just really, because that's the thing. When Sis was talking about the Department of the Interior and the Department of War, and he literally just said, his favorite little doublespeak term is the Department of Defense, that until 1942 or something, 43 was the Department of War. And
wow. And
my thing is that,
I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
Is that people don't see that language, communications, and now that we, in this digital age, reset technology age, telecommunications is the number one act of war. And that's why these, any global internet service provider is under the Department of Defense that used to be the Department of War, because communications is everything. How you communicate with your side of the war. Shield off your communication. That's why we got all these movies and shit about spies and all the different information, alphabet boys that's involved in that, doublespeak and all that, because the communication of it all is the act of war.
It is.
And so, yeah, that's just why I wanted to share that, because
I'm glad you did. This is pretty good, because remember last week, Brother Odell probably knocked out poor baby. Remember when he went in last week and he broke down that all of this stuff is issued, the system that we know today stands on the fact that it's based on the results of war.
Exactly.
Literally, what Sis Sandra said, she has said that before Brother Odell had got on. So everything is based on that Department of War. Now they're calling it the Department of Defense. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
And you see now that's the doublespeak in just the term. Before it was war, which is like you actively saying you're engaging in war. Now it's defense. I'm defending myself against something.
Peacekeepers.
Right. Because remember when Brother Odell was breaking down those terms, and basically you're still a prisoner of war.
Exactly. Now, CNN News They are the War Department's mouthpiece.
Oh, big time. They so trashy.
They are, and then they defunct them and went out of business or something. But the government gives these people what to say. You can find it on all news stations.
Yeah, somebody dropped that in the chat.
So the CIA, the FBI, all of these people are departments of war places. The Pentagon, all that kind of stuff, because it's all military controlled. And so what the people hear on TV all the time is propaganda.
Yes.
And they don't get it. I can tell people all the time, this is propaganda.
It is. And somebody just dropped that. Summer Rain. I guess I can look back on here. I'm not sharing the screen no more. Said my daughter did a paper. I guess I could put the comment up there. My daughter did a paper in the 9th grade regarding media and its use of programming to indoctrinize thoughts to push government propaganda. Doublespeak.
If you could look at this Ukraine war.
Yeah.
1 minute, they said the Ukrainians are whipping their butt. Next minute, Russia's whipping their butt. So who's whipping who? They're telling you what they want you to know.
Agreed.
Not what's fact. They telling you why.
Even when it's the seeming contradiction, I'm pretty sure if they wanted to go to war with Russia, they could just take Ukraine out. Like, who the fuck is scared of Ukraine? Like,
right.
And they act like Ukraine is the underdog, but Ukraine is the dog. So that's their mouthpiece. They're in Ukraine, the military. So and running that operation over there, because Biden was connected to Ukraine when Reagan was there. He knew about Ukraine, and now when Hunter Biden was there, he knew about Ukraine, and Biden was connected to Ukraine. So
and under the Department of Defense, they getting all this technology and protection and money.
Exactly. They got another $40 billion headed to Ukraine if they can get it passed rather than fall. But so why is they giving these people all this money?
Because they defending themselves. It's the Department of Defense, and they gotta have the money and the technology to defend themselves.
And they're actually running the war against Russia and saying the United States is not a part of it. But guess what? They're giving them positioning information on how to take out Russia.
Sis Tressie made a good point. She said wars a lot for emergency to be enacted. And Brother Odell went over that last week. Emergency acts cover a multitude of things. It shut everything down and gives all power to Commander-in-Chief.
Exactly. More power is there.
Yep.
So that's why the internet service providers is under the Department of Defense, because like if they really want to shut shit down,
they'll shut it in a heartbeat.
No internet.
Yep, they could stop all communications, and they showed you how much this is all worldwide with the pandemic.
Exactly.
Because within 1 week, I remember it plain as day in March, because I was going to go on vacation. And I'm like, just go on and take I think I did go on vacation. And I said, Rhonda, just go on and take your laptop home, because I think they're going to shut this stuff down. They shut stuff down. They shut the world down within 1 week.
We all had the same symbols. Yeah.
Wasn't nobody arguing. I can't stand your gut, so-and-so. You ain't no good. They was all on one accord then. Mm-hmm. Because it's the same system. So they ain't finna convince me otherwise. They shut the whole world. Don't y'all remember that? They shut the whole world down within a couple days. And they kept it shut down to the point where the animals was comfortable walking on freeways. They was laying down, sleeping on freeways, walking up the street, chilling in major cities. That should wake people up. That should really tell you that we have a one world government already. And number two, how they control the system, how much power we have allowed these folks to have. Okay? So again, all of these nations, they are under war power acts. You are being occupied. That's is what it is. And if you're not going along with the program, you're looked at as hostile. Okay? All right. So, let me see here. I did have two other things. The first one, y'all get ready for this next one. Shout out to Legendary Top Cats. I was in his live yesterday. And I think it was yesterday. The week started to blend together for me, y'all. I think it was yesterday. And he had an elder come on the live named Mr. Waldo. And when I tell you that man dropped some jewels, y'all have no idea. He came and dropped he really put some jewels in there. So the name of the entire stream is The Genealogy of the Aboriginal Community 2, Turtle Gang, Sharif Bay Review. Okay, so let me pull this up. Give me a couple minutes to pull this up. Because I had to share this with the fam. So hold on a sec. Let me pull this up. So this elder, I was almost in tears. That's how much this elder, I could not believe the amount of wisdom that the elder was dropping, because we don't have that anymore. So just wait until, I'm trying to get that comment off the screen. It's just going to have to stay. Okay, I guess I can do it that way. So let me pull this up. So here's the entire video. If you all are not subscribed to the channel, please go over and subscribe to the channel. He drops a lot of great information. They do genealogy on Wednesdays. You can check out their, they have an entire app, and you can check out their BCU University, and I'll drop the link of it in the chat. And you can sign up for free, and they literally have a community of folks that they're doing their genealogy together. They do genealogy classes on Wednesday, and they've started real history classes. I think they just did the second one, and I think it was on the Cherokee Nation. Now, if you're going to do the classes, you have to sign up for the classes and get into the membership, which is not expensive, but you can find all that information on the BCU website. I'll put it up there, but they're really, really doing a lot of great work over there. So shout out to Legendary Top Cats. So let's bring this up. The title of this video is The Genealogy of the Aboriginal Community 2, Turtle Gang, Sharif Bay Review. We're going to get to the part where the elder came in, and let me just shut on up and let the elder speak for himself. So shout out to Elder Waltho. Y'all, he threw down. So here we go.
Grandma used to tell me, you know, sometimes your gut ain't lying to you. It don't feel right. It might not be right. You need to stop and stand back and check it out a little bit closer till you get a good understanding. And I'm kind of in that position with this shit right here. Is I got to stand back and kind of watch it till I get a good understanding, because I'm not sure everything is lining up like they say it's supposed to be lining up. But that's just me, you know.
Yeah, right. I feel you. I'm in the same position. I'm like, I remember when I came in the game and they had some of the Indians came and then the elbows came and they was trying to get me to choose a side. And I say, man, I'm chill, bro. I don't know nobody. I'm just chilling now. I'm just here. I'm just gonna.
Well, you know, I always get a little suspicious when they try to get you to join something. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants you to join up with something. It's like, I ain't got to join up with none of y'all's bullshit, because I think all y'all is crazy.
That's what ended up happening. That's what I ended up saying. I said, you know what? I'm glad I did. I said, man, I don't know. I gotta watch niggas first.
Well, you know, that's how you.
I ain't gonna speak to nobody. I'm gonna sit back and I'm just gonna watch everything. And yeah, come to find out, both of them motherfuckers was crazy, wild up.
Well, see, that's the way it looked like to me sometimes, you know. But I ain't never been one of them people to go join it up with a lot of shit at no time. I've always just kind of had to try to figure this out on my own, because you know how it is nowadays. You can't trust nobody but yourself down there.
Right.
You know, used to be an old song saying, "Don't nobody love me but my mother," but she could be lying too.
Damn.
Oh, damn, not the mama line. I didn't even catch that, but anyway.
Jeremiah, you said you was on the show last night. Come up, Jeremiah, pull up on the show. Hit the link down there.
They did that last night.
Right, this was last night. They sent it to me. I peeked in and I said, all right, I only heard the beginning part. And but you know, he keep talking about that you don't get a check for this, and you know, like niggas are trying to come over there because we feel as though we gonna be able to get a check or some free money waiting on us. And I never even heard of it.
Well, no, see, that's the general perception all along, is that they say we just coming into the nations trying to get a check. Ooh. But I'm right here in these 5 nations, and I know damn well if you ain't one of a certain group of people, you ain't getting shit from them. Even the tribal members, the actual tribal members, the enrolled tribal members, they don't get shit out the nations hardly. And if you don't live right there in the nation, your chance.
Say that again.
What?
About the location.
Yeah, you have to live on the tribal land. Like I'm Seminole. If I want to get something from the Seminole Nation, I got to live in the Seminole territory, which is only about 70 miles down the road. But
yes, me.
Oh, hey, Brother Odell. Okay, good. All right, let us get through this, and then we gonna get cracking. I'm so glad. Okay. All right, brother. All right, fam. So y'all heard what the elder said. We ain't sitting up here making up this stuff. So where's these people talking about they fencing to get a bag? But we've been telling y'all that. And I told you that personally, people told me that are registered tribe members and that live on them reservations, they ain't getting no stuff like you think they're getting. But let the elder continue.
But I got to be in that territory to be able to access services from the Seminole Nation. If you want to access,
this is clear. If somebody was in Mississippi and they were a Seminole, will they be able to get the benefits from the nation in Oklahoma?
No. They could get, they could access like health care, because you can go to any Indian clinic and get health care, you know what I'm saying? And they may have access to like the scholarship programs, but that's kind of underfunded right now. I don't think they participate in the burial fund. and I don't think they participate in the purchasing of a tag. There ain't no cut coming for the casinos because the people who's getting the money off the casinos ain't the tribes. You see what I'm saying?
Again, ain't no casino money coming to those folks on them reservations. We told y'all that, and I was personally told that by someone who lives on the reservation.
So basically, for your housing and all your other services, which ain't many, you can still get commodities if that's what you want. You see what I'm saying? But, you know, other than that, no, you don't get shit. If you live outside their district, your chance of getting any kind of services from either one of the 5 tribes get real slim to none. Because all of them got that same rule. You got to live within their tribal jurisdiction. That's why they going through all these changes right now behind this tribal jurisdiction stuff, which they trying to pull a scam on everybody with that nonsense, because they try to say it's because of the McGirt case, and it's not. It's because of the Murphy case, which they don't never seem to want to talk about, but I got a suspicion because he looked a little bit too much like us that they don't want him setting Indian law in Oklahoma. But it was the Murphy case that caused the McGirt case to come along. This game is so tied up here in Oklahoma.
Break some of that Oklahoma history down for him, because you know, a lot of people right now, you know, a lot of people, you know, they claim Indian or I won't say that, but we'll even use this brother, the Lenape guy case. He trying to play big Indian on the block.
Nah, say it again, because my kids walked in and kind of threw me.
Okay, no problem. Now I was gonna say, boys, Oklahoma, is there any other Indian community in North America that has more pull on Indian, being an Indian, than it is in Oklahoma? Or
No.
they like the
No, it's nobody. What happens here in Oklahoma affects Indian territory across the nation. That's a fact.
Can you tell? Because you even had these West Coast Indians who will try to come in and out-Indian everybody on the board. You'll have some of these what they call First Nations, Canada, the East, the ones coming out of the Northeast up there. They will try to play as if the Indianship goes through them here. Talk to us about the importance of the Oklahoma Indians and where do they fit on this board?
Well, now gotta get some things straight about that before you can really ask that question. These Indians, where they fit in on the board is they are the ones who have actually gotten into Washington, into the Congress, the Department of Interior, the BIA. These are the people who are actually running the game. You see what I'm saying? Now, as far as everybody trying to run around here and figure out whose culture is this and whose culture is that, because that's when you had to get away from the government side and get into the cultural side of it. Those people up north and out there on the plains ain't the same people as we are. It's just a fact. Them is different folks. We is our own folks and they their own folks. So when they come in and say they the oldest or whatever, well, I guess for your people, you might be. But that still don't have no bearing on us. You see what I'm saying? But as far as government relationships and how the government functions with Indian territory, yeah, Oklahoma controls that.
That's a fact.
That. Yeah, ain't no two ways about it. If you want to have to deal with the government, there's 39 tribes in Oklahoma. Let's get this understood. Those 39 tribes, you got the 5 tribes, and the 5 tribes actually have representatives that sit in Congress. They're non-voting representatives, but they're still there. You see what I'm getting at? The 5 tribes actually has representation in the BIA. A lot of times when you call the BIA, you talking to a member of one of the 5 tribes.
Turn up what's up. Because that's where the origins of it gonna come through. But let's walk.
Well, I'm just, so you got to clarify, how you defining what we talking about. But as far as just your everyday life, yeah, Oklahoma's the shit, man. As far as these tribes is concerned. Oklahoma was the one that taught them that Dawes Commission didn't affect every Indian tribe in the country. Because it damn sure didn't affect the 5 tribes here in Oklahoma. The Dawes Commission and the Dawes Act was illegal operation amongst the 5 tribes because of their treaty obligations. All 39 of these tribes in Oklahoma got some form of treaty obligations. So the Dawes Commission, which was actually set up.
I'm sorry. When you was breaking down them, I wanted to touch on that point. You just made an excellent point. Can you run that back for them?
What do you mean? About the Dawes Commission being illegal?
Right. And about how they came in when it was already treaties put in place. They came after the treaties.
Well, that's the problem is because when the Dawes Commission came into effect, I'm going to deal with the 5 tribes because I'm a part of one of the, or 2 tribes of the 5 tribes. My enrollment is going to be Seminole, but I'm also Creek. And because of the Treaty of 1866, the Dawes Commission didn't have the ability to come in and dissolve the tribes. So that's what happened in 1907. The tribes was no more. There wasn't no 5 tribes till 1924. But the Dawes Commission was illegal. So the next act come out of Congress was the Curtis Act. The Curtis Act is what they used to steal the land with.
That's a fact.
So that's what the Dawes Commission was set up to do. It was never the purpose of the Dawes Commission to count every Indian in Oklahoma. They just need to count enough so they could say they could.
There you go. Turn up what's up. Hey, y'all get some bars right now.
If you want to see, there was a thing running around here, and I guess if you've been listening to me long enough, you probably heard me say it before, called The Crazy Snake Rebellion. There's a book out there called Snakes and Scribes, and it'll show you how a good chunk of the tribes didn't want to have anything to do with that Dawes Commission and splitting up the land in any fashion, especially the Creek Nation, because it was illegal in the Creek Nation to divide the land. That's how William McIntyre told off in his ass. You can't divide Creek territory. That's just a fact. But they wanted to divide it anyway, and that caused what they call the Crazy Snake Rebellion. Then this shit is weird down here because the Treaty of 1866 don't cover every Indian that was in Oklahoma. It don't cover every Indian that was in the 5 tribes. The treaty was written for loyal Indians, freedmen, and refugees. It says it in the title. That is not everybody. The ones that went south, they didn't have no treaty protection.
That's a fact. And they took advantage of them.
Yeah, they lost.
Okay, so y'all heard that about the South, which we've been telling y'all that. So the ones that be talking shit, and you know who you are, about the folks in the South trying to make it sound like that we're not indigenous, don't even go there. But I'll let the elder continue.
Now, take advantage of might be what it turned out to be, but at that time, everybody was just trying to protect their interests. The South came in using Albert Pike, telling the 5 tribes, the Union done pulled out and pulled into Kansas, the Union troops. So your land is free game for all these people escaping the Civil War. if y'all will side with the South, we see to it that these people don't come in and overrun your land. You see what I'm getting at? The Civil War in Oklahoma didn't have the same foundation that the Civil War in the rest of the country had. The Civil War in Oklahoma was to keep people from the rest of the country from invading into Oklahoma.
Territory, right.
See what I'm getting at? And when the Union troops, because by treaty stipulation, the Union troops were supposed to provide protection, them as your prison guards, for the Indians that was in Oklahoma to keep the intruders out. But they pulled out right at the start of the Civil War and left Oklahoma basically unprotected. And them Indians freaked out. So they was looking for protection of their sovereign rights. Plus the idea was that the South was going to win the Civil War. That's what they thought anyway. And then at the end of the Civil War, the United States, because you had Indians, you know, you got the 1st Kansas Colored and you got the Indian Home Guard, I think they called them.
Right.
Coming out of southern Kansas, coming back into Oklahoma and defeating the southern factions here in Oklahoma. That's the government recognized that they was fighting on the side of the Union, so they gave those loyal Indians, freedmen, and refugees a treaty that everybody.
Correct.
Yeah, but even in the title, it shows you. Because see, this is Claude Anderson's deal. He was going around telling everybody that all freedmen was covered under that treaty. But if you actually look at how the treaty came about, you'll see that that treaty was a very specific treaty written for a very specific group of people and did not apply to everybody. And it surely didn't apply to the ones that were still down in the South. Because see, them Indians down there would still be under Dancing Rabbit Creek. They still under Dancing Rabbit Creek right now, as far as I know. So their treaty is a whole different treaty they had to go deal with. But they're trying to get everybody to think that this 1866 treaty is going to be the ticket to the promised land, and it's so narrow in the way it's written that it's not going to work like that. And since Murphy came through and provided a legal basis to say the Indian Territory has not been dissolved, which it couldn't be dissolved from the start, that pushed that treaty back in effect. Indian nations down here got a problem because they're not the Indian tribes that was dissolved in 1907. These are reconstituted, or what they call reorganized tribes. You reorganize a organization. The Indians by contract, not by blood. That's a 638 contract. Look it up.
For the slow ones in the back, did you hear the difference? By blood and by contract? Uh-huh.
This is how they get the right to call themselves Indians, and just like any other private organization, they also got the right to decide who's going to be their members. But they made a fatal mistake of taking the Dawes Commission to base their membership off of, because the Dawes Commission is illegal, and the federal government knew it was illegal. That's why they wrote the Curtis Act. So the Dawes Act can be challenged. You overturn the Dawes Act, then you had to put all this mess here in Oklahoma back on family lines, and then we'll see how this game shake out. Because remember, all the Indians didn't leave the South doing Indian removal.
Right.
They got reclassified. And then they got blocked out by the Dawes Act and that illegal ass rolls that the Dawes Commission put out. Get it? So now you got a 3-legged stool and you can snatch 2 legs off in front of that stool gonna fall. What happens in Oklahoma happens to Indian territory across the country. Get it? And their position is so weak that all it needs is a sustained challenge to it. But because they have so much power in Washington, it's hard to generate the amount of attention and focus that needs to be generated on. If at any time you get 2-3 million of us looking in the same direction and pulling the same way, that whole stool will collapse on their ass. Then they got to deal with us like they supposed to have dealt with us at first before they started giving us all these made up ass names.
So just to be clear, I hope you all are understanding what he is saying. That's why I said this is a very, very important drop. So shout out to the elder, Elder Waldo, and shout out to Legendary Top Cat for bringing him on. He is literally dropping the jewels. He's literally telling you where the traps are. And so those that are running around here talking about the 5 civilized tribes, talking about them dolls rolls, and those of us that said, I ain't interested, I don't want to be bothered, you do you. Because we've always understood that it was a contractual thing. We understood that that was not for the indigenous original people. And those of us that have done our genealogy, we literally saw where they took our ancestors' names, put them on the dolls' rolls, but their identity was white. So I'm saying all that to say, you better be careful who you're running around here following. Now, it's okay if that's the route you want to go, but just understand what you are doing. Nobody can tell you who you are. Again, this isn't about contract. This is about bloodline. So I'll shut up and let the elder continue.
Then they deal with you by your family. See, then you can start changing the game. But they standing on this little various perch and they using that to keep everybody else blocked out. That's why they keep telling you freedmen come from Africa. That comes from Article 2 of the 1866 Treaty and the Creek and the Seminole Nation. That's where they talk about the Africans in the nations. Some kind of way they decided to make the Africans us, using that little one section, I guess you'd call it. But you know, if you go back and look at the history, we didn't have no problem with these 5 tribes until Jesse Jackson decided to make it a thing where they was calling us African Americans. And these people down here looked at that treaty and looked at Article 2 and said, oh, so y'all the people in Article 2.
Right there, I gotta stop. Jesse Jackson knew exactly what the fuck he was doing when he introduced that term African American in the 80s. He knew exactly what he was doing. He didn't come up with that himself. He was told to do that. And the elder told you what article that African American terminology fits into. His funky ass did that in 80s. I can't remember if it was, I think it was early 80s. And a lot of the ancestors, because Big Mama and them was still around then, they wasn't rocking with it then. I know my parents weren't rocking with it. They were like, what the hell is he talking about? And now you got people that want to selectively forget how the term African American came into play. That ain't been that long ago. And not only that, for you youngins that's trying to tell us that didn't happen, shut the fuck up. I was literally actually there. Yeah, I was young, but I remember that specifically. Because people in my family was like, because the motherfucker held a press conference and everything. And people in my family was like, what the fuck is he talking about? He up to something. So I'm going to just roll that part back a little bit so y'all can hear where the term African and American came from. So again, I say, when you out in these squeets, making these decisions, hugged up with these groups, and with these groups, you better know what the hell you're doing. You better know what you're really standing on. So let me roll that little part back for the slow ones in the back, because we told y'all that. How the fuck you gonna tell me something? I was literally standing there when he went live and introduced this terminology. And no, back then the black community did not accept that.
Provided a legal basis to say the Indian Territory has not been dissolved, which it couldn't be dissolved from the start, that puts that treaty back in effect. Indian nations down here got a problem, because they're not the Indian tribes that was dissolved in 1907. These are reconstituted, or what they call reorganized tribes. You reorganize a organization. Indians by contract, not by blood. That's a 638 contract. Look it up. This is how they get the right to call themselves Indians. And just like any other private organization, they also got the right to decide who's going to be their members. But they made a fatal mistake of taking the Dawes Commission to base their membership off of, because the Dawes Commission is illegal. And the federal government knew it was illegal. That's why they wrote the Curtis Act. So the Dawes Act can be challenged. You overturn the Dawes Act, then you had to put all this mess here in Oklahoma back on family lines, and then we'll see how this game shake out. Because remember, all the Indians didn't leave the South doing Indian removal.
Right.
They got reclassified. And then they got blocked out by the Dawes Act and that illegal ass rolls that the Dawes Commission put out. Get it? So now you got a 3-legged stool and you can snatch 2 legs off in front of that stool gonna fall. What happens in Oklahoma happens to Indian Territory across the country. Get it? And their position is so weak that all it needs is a sustained challenge to it. But because they have so much power in Washington, it's hard to generate the amount of attention and focus that needs to be generated on. If at any time you get 2-3 million of us looking in the same direction and pulling the same way, that whole stool will collapse on their ass. Then they got to deal with us like they supposed to have dealt with us at first, before they started giving us all these made up ass names. Then they deal with you by your family. See, then you can start changing the game. But they standing on this little various perch and they using that to keep everybody else blocked out. That's why they keep telling you freedmen's come from Africa. That comes from Article 2 of the 1866 Treaty and the Creek and the Seminole Nation. That's where they talk about the Africans in the nations. Some kind of way they decided to make the Africans us, using that little one section, I guess you'd call it. But you know, if you go back and look at the history, we didn't have no problem with these 5 tribes until Jesse Jackson decided to make it a thing where they was calling us African Americans. And these people down here looked at that treaty and looked at Article 2 and said, oh, so y'all the people in Article 2.
So I hope y'all get clear where the term African American came from. Although those of us that was like literally there, we told you who introduced the term, and somebody dropped in the chat, it was 1985. Jesse Jackson was the one that introduced it. And now you should understand why he introduced it. Although this is what we've been telling you all. Exactly. That's a perfect example of propaganda, doublespeak, indoctrination. So when we say you better be careful in these squeets, what you're running around calling yourself, we literally mean that. Call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, but you better know why you're calling yourself that. Again, that term strips you of your ancestral lineage from this continent. They knew exactly what they were doing. All right, so let's continue. Let the elder continue.
And that was never the way that was. It seemed so crazy to me. Like, I'm going to have a treaty written to me with all my rights and everything guaranteed by this treaty. And then Article 2, I'm going to write myself out. Go look at who wrote them 1866 treaties for the Creek Nation. Go look at who invested. How you said it? Prosecuted. That's even the wrong word. But the ones who actually put the treaty forth. You're going to find a guy in there named Island. His last name is Island. And I had one of his grandkids working for me. I guess that would be his great-grandchild now. And I can promise you, that brother's dark. That was all our shit, man. And they stole that, and they stole our history, and now they trying to steal y'all's history. And give it to these things they call blacks and African Americans. See, they don't attack you from the front where you can see them. They're going to attack you from the backside and take your foundation out from up under you. Then they can come to you and tell you that you come here on the bottom of a ship and y'all started getting here in 1619, but you can't see no records of them until into the 1700s. See, this is how that game gets played, man. You gotta be smarter than them folks, or we can be. Our brains function so much differently than everybody else's brains. That's why you can communicate with those that look like you so much easier. Because we think different. But they got us trying to think like them, and that's killing us. We got to think like we think, and then we think clearly and we can understand and see what's going on. Once you see what's going on, you know what a fight is. Waste your time looking for your oppressor of another color. Look for your oppressor that's your same color. Your oppressor always going to look like you. And
Mr. Wilder.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. No, I was going to ask you to the Tulsa, they turning that into an African story. They celebrated the 100-year anniversary and they called it Little Africa.
Yep, blew my daggum mind. Man, and that's Cherokee and Creek Freedman land. The oil built that damn land. That right there shows you the economic power that was going on underground here in Oklahoma. So that's what started everything going south. It's when they discovered that the economic value of Oklahoma ain't on top of the land like it is in the South and everywhere else, but the economics is up under the land. You see, in the minerals and the reserves is up under the land. What the economic value is in this place. And once they discovered that, and then they looked at those patent deeds and understood that gave them mineral rights, that's why they burnt down Tulsa. And that's why Tulsa became the oil capital of the damn world. But yeah, now they want to give it to the Africans and these so-called African American things. That shit just pisses me the hell off. It pissed me off when they did that shit up in Tulsa. I got invited up there by 4 or 5 people. I'm like, man, I can't come there and walk down the street listening to no damn African drums on my ancestors' land. Is you crazy? Call them people who they was and quit trying to steal our shit. That's what they need to do. And we don't stand up and defend our shit. So now they got Black History Month, but they don't have American Indian History Month. They got African American Studies, but they don't have no American Indian Studies.
Not even in Oklahoma?
Not even in nowhere.
It's not like no type of curriculum centered
Hell
towards
no.
freedmen, at least.
No. Matter of fact, they really don't want to talk about the freedmen issue on no level in Oklahoma. And there's a real good reason for that. A real good reason, because the freedmen can't be bred out. And they always gonna be covered under that 1866 treaty. That treaty is our treaty. We enforce that treaty when we get, you see, and as long as we ain't enforcing that treaty is not being brought out. The 5 tribes, they can't enforce that treaty. All they can talk about is who we can arrest and who gets the right tickets. Because they're not the ones written on in that treaty.
Because they the ones got their ass whooped.
Exactly.
When they came to the table, they was not in a good light with the union.
No,
but you know who was? The niggas who won it for them.
That's right. Fort Gibson.
They stripped them from all of their rights. They had them butt naked at the table, and they took what they can get.
Yep.
If they was gonna get in on that motherfucker, like OG say, that was our treaty. Yeah, talk. Build on that for us.
Well, you know, if you go back to the actual treaty writing, you'll see that the Southern faction had Ben McIntosh went to Washington to try to put their 2 cents in on the treaty making, and they basically told them, you can watch over in the corner, but basically you ain't got no role to play in this. You see? So they never was a part of that treaty. It took a little conference in Fort Gibson to start that process of trying to bring them back. But either way it goes, they all had to be brought back. They wasn't a part of that treaty. That's why they can't enforce that treaty like they think they can. That's why the Cherokee Nation decided to get rid of that by blood part of their constitution and allow those Cherokee freedmen to participate in their tribal roles, because that put the Cherokee Nation back in alignment with the Treaty of 1866, with them in control So they can go to the government and say, now make that treaty work. And if you notice, right after they struck that by blood part out of their constitution, $1.8 billion came into the Cherokee Nation. Because they included them as freedmen, and the freedmen made it able for them to be able to enforce their treaty with the United States government.
Hold on, OG. I think you need to run that one back. So when they got in, when they let the freedmen in, they were able to receive money for this.
Yeah. $1.8 billion. Go look. Attorney General Barr came down here and had a secret meeting with the Cherokee Nation. 2019, I think it was. Yeah, something like that. It wasn't long after that they took that by blood shit out that Constitution.
And then a Billy showed up in the bank account.
1.8 billion. Yeah.
Ooh, almost 2. Damn near 2. I'll round it up for him. 2 billion.
Yep. Well, because then it's an ongoing thing from that point on. You see what I'm saying? So they'll still get a revenue cut every year. Yeah. Because they were able to go enforce that treaty to show you the power of them freedmen. Before they allowed them freedmen back in there, they couldn't enforce that treaty. They didn't get no $1.8 billion.
So should we so you think the Creek, who you think coming up next? Who you think gonna go after the money next?
You know, I would like to say it was gonna be the Seminole Nation, but I don't think so. Because the Seminole Nation in all actuality went to Texas, but we ain't gonna talk about that. The Creek Nation, they gonna be the last ones. If not the last one, the next to the last ones, and the Chickasaw will be last. But the one you're gonna have to watch is that Choctaw Nation. Because they kind of done messed themselves up, and ain't nobody caught it yet. But they trying to go back to that name Chahata, and that's where they gonna get burned. As long as they stay with that Choctaw shit, they stay just outside the bounds. If they try to go back and touch something older than that, they're gonna get their fingers burned. That's why the Choctaw Constitution, I think it is, the first 2-3 lines is, well, the first line is, we, the people who are representing the Choctaw Nation. To represent doesn't mean that you are. Just like your attorney represents you in court, but he's not you. Are these people not representing the Choctaw Nation without being the Choctaw Nation? You see? So it's getting dicey. Gonna be some bloodshed before this shit is over.
So when you say the Creek last, why did you put the Creek last? Or almost last?
Well, because theoretically the Creeks actually got more to lose than all the rest of them, because the Creeks actually have authentic count of the majority of their freedmen. That's what the Dunn roll was. So they can go back and they can see who is the freedmen that fought with the loyal Indians in the Civil War. So they can prove by genealogy and documentation that they're the ones covered under the 1866 treaty. Now we've seen the power of the 1866
Hold
treaty.
on, OG, that was a jewel right there. I know you got so many, you just be going, but you be dropping some heavy. Let them know about the Dunn Road, because that's one that don't get talked about and the importance of it.
1,776 people is on the Dunn Road. The Dunn Road was taken right after the Civil War. They was counting the freedmen. It's listed. See, look at the Dawes Road is listed by age. The Dunn Road is listed by families. See what I'm saying? So I can look at the Dunn Road and see my ancestor, Jesse Franklin, and I can see his wife, Matilda Franklin. Then I can see Matilda's parents. You see what I'm saying? Jesse, you can't see his parents because they're not on there. Then you turn around and go to my Macintosh line. You can see all the way back to Tobe McIntosh. And then you can see who his parents were, although something a little fishy about that. We'll have to deal with that on another level. But it's the families. You see what I'm saying? So you see a mother, father, brother, sister. You see what I'm saying? Aunts, uncles, all of them will be listed on that road. But it's the Dunn Road. Now there's 102 different roads for the Creek Nation, from Indian removal to statehood. So it's actually possible to follow all the way back down that line.
Daddy, what'd you do?
Nothing. Go hit that switch.
You're the only one in the living room, man. How'd you do?
So. Oh, there we go. But yeah, the Dunn Road is the only one that's considered an authentic road in the Creek Nation. When the freedmen went up to get their allotment for the Dawes Commission, if you go and read what you can at the National Archives down in Fort Worth, the interviews that they were given, there was 3 questions that they had to ask if they answered correctly if they wanted their allotment. First question was their name. That's a given. Then it's asked what town you live in. You see what I'm saying? Then it asks, are you a citizen of the nation? You got to answer that question, yes. You see what I'm saying? Your location question has got to be within the tribal jurisdiction. After they ask you them questions, if you're a freedman, they're going to ask you, are you on the Dunn Road? If you say no, then they ask you another question, is your parents on the Dunn Road? Now, you got to answer the second one, yes. If you answer the first one, no. You see what I'm getting at? Because if you didn't have a connection to that Dunn Road, you didn't get an allotment in the Creek Nation. Sometimes when you got some time on your hand, I would suggest you go down there and start looking at Record Group 78 and reading some of those interviews that they were doing for the allotment time. There's a lot of information that's on those things because they're going to check your family. There's one on there. I can't think of that woman's name. She's in my family too. Nicey. Don't you know when she went for an interview, they stopped the interview and sent runners to the town she came from and brought people back to the interview to testify as to who she was and how long she lived there and who her people were. Because part of the allotment thing is you had to be back in Oklahoma within 6 months. If you was out of Oklahoma at that time, you didn't get an allotment. So now you had Indians from Texas to Kansas, Colorado, Arkansas, who were Indians, but they wasn't in Oklahoma. So they're not considered to be Indians. You see what I'm saying? The Seminoles down there that went to Mexico, see, they're not considered Seminoles in Oklahoma because they wasn't here at allotment time. That doesn't mean they're not Seminoles. Matter of fact, they left here, the purest of the pure Seminoles. Yeah. But yet they're not considered to be Seminoles. See what I'm getting at?
Right.
So go ahead.
No, turn up. No, I'm listening.
No, I was through. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, you earlier you had said about the Seminoles in Oklahoma, and then you said because the Seminoles went to Texas. Tell us about that. Where you was going with that?
Well, now you touched on that yourself not too long ago when you was in there talking about Naciendo, Mexico, right? Them is your Seminole nation there. The Seminoles, when they came into Oklahoma with John Horse and Wildcat, John Horse founded a town up here called Wewoka. It's where the Seminole Nation Council House and most of their business operations happen from. You see what I'm getting at? Creek Nation had an Indian agent. The last name was Duvall. Come from down around Mississippi somewhere. Anyway, he had a brother that was still back where they came from. And they came up with the idea that they was going to go by and capture these Seminoles and sell them into slavery back down in the South. This is like 1843, 1844. John Horse then said, oh, but no, we ain't playing that game. So they got up and they broke up and they went to Mexico. Now, when he left, John Horse, he took his family, which included one of his sisters. This sister had children by John Jumper, who was the chief of the Creek Nation. The Creek Nation realized that the Seminole Nation had broke out of Oklahoma and left to go to Mexico and took John Horse and his family, including his old lady and his kids, and he chased them all the way to the Mexico border. See what I'm saying? Then he came back and the Creek Nation became the Seminole Nation. Get it? Left the Seminole Nation exiled in Mexico.
Oh, gee, the family, you know, they appreciate the jewels you dropping. They want to bless you. They want to know your Cash App if you have a Cash App.
Actually,
do somebody in in the house got a Cash App? All right.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me ask one of these heathens back here.
All right.
Give me just a second. I'll find out.
Chris Johnson.
You got a Cash App.
So the real Creeks are now Seminoles. So the real Creeks are now Seminoles.
Yep. They always was. You gotta ask Cash App. What's your Cash App thing? Just tell me. Come on, grandpa, shit.
Trees, I kind of did that similar bill though. You know what? We'll go into it. I kind of did it.
Oh,
you gotta go.
Okay,
it was on.
What is that?
Hey, we need a mod to type it in the chat. Mod, y'all listen for it and type it in the chat.
It's Supreme Malachi 1. SUPREMEMALACHI 1 with a dollar sign in front of it.
Can
All right, fam. So again, shout out to Legendary Top Cats. This was an excellent drop. Shout out to the elder Waldo. I dropped his Cash App in the chat. If you all want to send him something. He put a lot of information in that short little time. He put a lot of jewels. He's busting down a lot of the claims that people are running around here talking about. He gave you the blueprint, pretty much. So I would suggest you can go back to Top Cat's video, the genealogy of Aboriginal community to Turtle Gang, Sharif Bay review, and re-listen to this, you know, with what the elder is dropping you, because he's literally giving you some straight jewels. He hit it all. He talked about the different tribes. He talked about the term African American. He even talked about the freedmen's. Okay? He even gave you another role to look at, the Dunn's role. So it's all there. Whether or not y'all don't understand that, it's really literally all there. Go back and listen to it. Nobody should be able to roll up to you and tell you some type of other agenda. Now, this is coming from an elder, and he knew his stuff. It's pretty well versed. Okay? So, again, thank you so much, Legendary Top Cats, for allowing the elder to come on your platform to break that information down. And thank you, Elder Waldo. We truly, truly appreciate you for sure. Much respect. All right, then, fam. Okay, so Brother Odell, I hope you're still there. I'm sorry, I just had to get that in. I had to get that in. So everybody else, y'all could come off unmute. Let me maybe I gotta unmute you.
Peace and love.
Okay, there you go. That's Sandra. And that's Scotty.
Auntie, I found it very interesting how basically we lost our position not based on an actual physical fight, but based on what Scotty represented is basically wordplay. Because we didn't know how words were being used and how we were being represented with those labels, as the elder has said. We basically got pushed out of our land just based on entitlementship.
Yeah, and basically our ancestors didn't consent to that.
Facts. If they don't know, you can't consent.
But we don't know that we don't know whether or not they know unless it was passed down through our lineage. But I was chopping it up with somebody in the chat, and they were saying, my folks was on the dolls rolls, but we saw people on the census with our same identity as white. And I'm like, yeah, that's, I'm telling you, they switched identities. A lot of us caught them on them dolls rolls where they literally took our family names and put themselves on the dolls rolls, and it was the Oklahoma dolls rolls. So that let me know there, my family wasn't for the fuckery. So they didn't consent to none of it. And the jewels that the elder dropped, he literally told you how that dolls roll stuff can be overturned. He literally gave you the blueprint.
They knew it was illegal and they made a law to
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
protect themselves.
Yeah, that was a very, very good drop. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta replay this Thursday. I gotta replay it because he's spitting fire. Yeah.
Really explained why we from Texas.
Yeah, I knew y'all would get a kick out of that. I was like, what? Shut your mouth.
Well,
Yeah.
I know my relatives fought them. I know they did. So, with that Apache and he said Seminole and all that kind of stuff, I said,
Yeah, that part when he was breaking all that relationship down, I was like, whoa. And I agree, Copper Colored, he needs to write a book. I promise you, when I was listening to him, I'm like, he needs to write a book. Somebody needs to help him write a book. And better yet, LTC, you need to do a documentary with him. Straight up on the real.
Yeah,
you
he broke it down very nice.
Yeah, you need to do a documentary with him. Yeah, I'll put my dissertation to you. I'll take that offline. But yeah, I totally agree. That's too much wisdom. And for him to share it with us, I'm just ever so appreciative to that. Now, I don't know about y'all. I'm not trying to tell nobody what to do. I'm just trying to tell you how my consciousness is set up. I'm listening to the elders.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying I listen to all elders because some be on some straight BS.
We call them oracles.
But I know truth when I hear it. And he spoke nothing but fire and nothing but truth. And just in that little segment, I knew some of it, not all of it, but he gave me that 1-2 to knock somebody down that come to me with that foolishness. It's literally all there. So everybody running around with this elitist attitude. Let me get my cup and give you the side eye. You can't pull that on me.
That's
you can't pull that
amazing.
on me. Your feather ain't bigger than my feather.
But Jesse Jackson has always been a problem.
He's always been a scumbag.
He has. And if he thinks people adore him and appreciate him, the answer is no.
He know real quote melanated folks. He know they can't stand his ass. He know it. And Sis Sandra, you remember when he came out with them shenanigans? That was a big deal back then.
Was, and I said, what?
Yeah, because remember he held the press conference and everything, and I'm telling you, I was standing, I remember clear as day, standing in our living room. I remember the motherfucking color of the carpet, the furniture, because my mom and dad and them, they hit the roof. Do you hear me?
I know it happened in my household too, but the thing is, who gave him the right to do that?
Exactly.
They didn't take our vote on it.
Exactly.
You became a spokesperson.
Yeah, and you know what? They have changed our title so many times that you kind of wonder why. If you're down, ask them why you have a problem. Because no other culture gets their race changed as much as we do.
Exactly. And it's for a reason. It is to separate you from the land.
That's right. And that's why these groups
association
to take your property that you're going to put it in trust with their groups and all this kind of stuff. I said, yeah, okay, dream. Then don't get it. But people don't understand. If you are colored, black, African American, Negro, why? Why so many changes?
And if y'all picked up game, and then we're going to let Brother Odell come in, because I think he going to pick up on the 1871 stuff, because I know that fits in perfectly what the elder just dropped on what you want to get into, Brother Odell. But if y'all peep game what the elder was telling you, he told you that they wrote in their legislation for the people calling themselves Indian for them to be able to carry that title. Go back and listen to it again. He was dropping them one after another. I know it was hard to keep up, But go back and listen to it. He told you that they had to write into their legislation for the group of people that are calling themselves Indians now Indian. And it also kind of makes sense, like Nisi Poo said, and I think she said she got it from Brother Mac from the Autonomous Party. Go check out their YouTube channel where he found out that that term Indian and African American is copywritten. Okay? So when Jesse Jackson stood up there in 1985 introducing this term African American, it is tied to specific codes within a treaty. And so when folks started accepting that title, once he made that announcement, the elder said, you heard him say, they were like, oh, so y'all the African Americans. So you cannot convince me that that wasn't planned. So those of you that get your drugs in a bunch, when we say we're not African Americans, we know what we're talking about on so many levels. And that's not my problem that it goes over your head. That's not what our family told us. We were literally there when they introduced, some of us, we were there when they introduced the term. And our parents said, what the hell is he talking about? And Big Mama and them really hit the roof.
That's the greatest double talk too, the African American. So.
It's very much so double talk. So miss me with the bull. If you want to call yourself African American, that's your business. Go ahead on with your claim. Do you? Right and on. Those of you that want to run up under that freedman claim, you better know what you're doing. You better go back and rewind and listen to this because he gave jewels on that as well. You better know what you're doing.
That's what they said when I was in school, that the people from Texas were freedmen.
Okay. Mm-hmm. You can't make that general statement. How the hell you gonna say the people from Texas are freedmen? Based on what?
No, that's what they said in school. They're trying to take our identity. That's all it was.
But you need to know who the freedmens really are, and you need to go check them rolls. Are your people on them rolls?
No.
Because people running around here talking about the freedmens were black, and I've been told y'all that when I went on the freedmen rolls, and I didn't check all the freedmen rolls on the country, I just checked the freedmen rolls where my people were. And I saw white people on there.
No.
Because even that's not what they're telling you. So again, you people running around here, following up behind these different groups, you better know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to prove what you say. You cannot broad paintbrush everybody into a category. It is based on your heritage.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with that said, all right, Brother Odell, we ready. We promise. How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm still there. I'm just chilling in the back.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know we went on a little longer, but I wanted to bring that into play because I think you said you wanted to go into the 1871 stuff tonight. But again, it's totally up to you. You let me know how you want to roll.
Do it. Yeah, it's your platform. You do whatever you want. It's like work.
Okay.
Yeah, we kind of I brought up a document last week. We kind of touched a few things. I think the big things I've always covered is with this issue is the so-called government has not been having its sovereign authority. So that kills it all, period.
Exactly.
This government, because the classifications all still come from where the government, and the government's not sovereign. U.S. Secretary of Treasury receives no compensation for their job. It's under the IMF, International
Right.
Monetary Fund. So we covered that last week. So these jurisdictions that the guy was talking about, the elder, these classifications, as you said, this comes back to still comes back to the Sister 2 AKV, because over here, and this is I challenge anybody on this, and it's still documents I've got, I can prove these in with my own, even with not my own, so their own stuff that they've issued to us over here. I'm going to quote it word for word. Not to be used as identification, crown copyright. I'm going to say that again. Not to be used as identification, crown copyright.
So if I can just break that down for everyone, that means all of those classifications are copywritten via the crown.
Yes, over here, the crown over here, all the birth certificates issued from the hospitals, the hospitaliers, because now it's hospitaliers, it comes back to the stuff that is set up over here, and we'd have to do a separate drop on that entirely, how that was all set up with the issue of the physicians and the marks, letters of the marks and the patents. I've got all the stuff that over here, but it still comes with the Sister 2 AKV. And the crown copyright over here lasted 125 years, and I can prove that because I can go on the crown's website and show everybody. It's not hard. But basically, that the crown copyright is basically how they copyright all their documents that they issue, and that it's copywritten. And that's why you can't use it, because it's their documentation. So when people identify themselves by you in breach of crown copyright, this is the trick they keep playing on everybody over here. I keep telling everybody under Sister AKV and under the legal title, under the Capitis Maxima issue with the all caps legal fiction strawman. So
their property.
It's their property. Yes, no, it's their property. Birth certificate is their property. Long form is their property. The live birth record is their property. Go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
So that would make sense why all of these classifications, like the elder said, they allowed who are calling themselves Indians today, Indians.
Yes, because India, again, as I've said last week, is in Asia. India, it's not here. It's not here. India is in Asia. It's not here. So again, and you can never be an where is a country called African American? Can somebody please tell me a country?
I don't know of it.
I don't know of a country called American Indian. I don't know of a country called American Indian. Where does it exist? Where's its flag? Where's its culture and its language?
Right. It's the embassy.
Where's a country called Black?
Right.
With its language and its flag and its culture and its heritage. Where does it exist?
Right.
Where's a country called Negro with its flag and its language, its culture and its origins? Negro. I don't know a country called Negro. I know, and people grow to the knee because they are Negroes. That's why they grow to the knee. It's a conscious thing. They're called Negroes.
Right.
They grow to the knee. That's a Negro. It's in the words, people. It's programming.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Black in the deaf is in the dead.
Right. Which makes
Black deaf. Black rock, it's in the deaf, it's in the dead. It's in the words, fam. And words cut like swords. It's programming. Go ahead, sister.
No, I was just going to say, and that's why the elder was saying that the switch was made to these classifications versus your bloodline.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, all you have to stand on is your bloodline.
Yeah.
And the minute you start trying to mingle, well, if you bat this eyeball this many amount of times, and then on the third moon Sunday of the such and so date, right on this paper turned upside down, you done already messed up.
Benefits.
Because you've taken yourself out of your natural bloodline Your natural bloodline and who you are who you are. Period. That's the sovereignty. That's what we keep telling you. That's the sovereignty.
You lose that when you pick up their titles.
Exactly. Once you pick, can you say that for the slogans in the back?
You lose your sovereignty. You lose your sovereignty once you pick up their titles, because their titles are trademarked back to the crown.
Exactly.
You basically putting a curse on yourself.
Programming. Yep.
You're going to pick up that identity and start living out that lifestyle and that programming. So you're a black person, so I got to do this. I'm an African American, so I got to do this.
And they keep changing the game.
What they do?
Manufactured consent, like that thing said.
Yeah.
Because
we're all black, titles, we all do
you
this.
Don't even know what they are. So you just taking the spell, putting it on yourself, like, okay, I take it all on. I consent to everything that goes along with this title.
Right.
I'll give you an example of how to do it over here, for instance, right? So a little while ago,
you're breaking up.
I was in the hospital, and
you're breaking up, Brother Odell.
All right, sister,
Mike check, you're in the hospital. Mike check. Odell, you're in the hospital.
Again, try again, and we're back.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good.
Yep, you're back now.
All right. Yeah, back in the in the hospital. This maybe was it last year? Last year, I think it was it last year. Maybe last year. Last year, and they get you to talk. They always got this. They've got this obsession. Even over here, they've tried to play the game, but I know it now. And they talk about what's your ethnicity, and so you have Black African, Black African Caribbean. Listen, all I did was I looked at the screen, I put over, and I just wrote in man.
Yeah, because they play that over here, and we just did the census.
Yeah, so that's all I ever do.
Yeah,
right? No, but I did it. So when I first did it, I went, "Why has it got African Caribbean?" I'm like, "Well, I've never talked to me about an African Blomba Caribbean." So I just ticked the box the first time, and I just ticked the box, and I put over, and I just wrote man. So when I went in the second time, right? This is the second time I go in. And I looked at the thing looked up in the thing, and it had checked it out. So I'm going to check this on purpose. And and the nurse came over, and she goes, "Oh, I said, excuse me." I said, "Come here, please." I said, "Last time I came in here, I put my and I ticked over and I put man." I said, "Why is it African Caribbean?" Because the sister. I said, "Listen, let me tell you something. I'm gonna check in front of you." I said, "Look, this. What I'm gonna do?" So I put over and I clicked over and I put man. I said, "If you change that again," I said, "You don't. I never gave my consent or my permission to change it to African. I'm not an African Caribbean. I don't know what African Caribbean is. There's no country called African Caribbean. I'm not African Caribbean. It's if you keep changing this, I'm going to sue the hospital."
Yeah.
Wow.
You better go tell that bomber class stuff. I said, "I'm a man," and that's it.
They need you to
Go ahead, sister. Sorry.
No, I'm just chuckling with the bumbler clock. That I love when y'all say that and the ting, but I didn't know they were getting down like that over there. We're used to it over here. We're literally used to it.
Yeah. They try to think that I'm a man. Yeah, I'm a man, and that's it. So that's what they're doing. If you are conscious and you click this into their system and you put in proper status, they try to change it. So this is what they're doing. They don't like it when you know
when you know exactly when you know who you are. They don't like it, and they want you to fit in one of their copywritten categories.
Yeah, and I will refuse to do it. I just say I'm a man, and that's how I haven't used any other terms. All I put down is man. That's it. I don't do any of the other thing. I just put man down. That's it. Nothing else. Man. Or they try to call you Mister. I say I'm not a Mister. Don't call me Mister. You can call. This is what I tell. This is what I do all the time. I'm not. That's a non-de-gear. It is a non-de-gear. I'm not a Mister. That's an enemy combatant. This is where this war shit comes in that I keep talking about with the War on Land Convention.
Yeah.
I'm not a non-gear, so I won't allow them to call me a mister. So you
And
gotta
that's a
start
double
losing these stupid titles they give me. Yeah. So I won't allow them to call me a mister. I just use the first name and that's it. I'm not a mister. So it's over here as well in that respect.
Wow.
So I think that's where the issue comes in. Is the fact that they keep issuing you these titles. I just reject them all. I said, nope, I'm not a mister. So that's the problem, is this presumption of the
we lost you again.
these titles that they keep issuing.
Yeah, we got you. Yeah, the presumption of these titles. And in the Americas, we're the only group that they consistently keep changing the titles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're literally the only group that the titles keep changing, and I cannot put that on Caucasian people.
Nope.
Because it's always a melanated person that's coming forward with some new title. And see, I didn't go for it in the 80s. Shout out to my ancestors and parents. We didn't go for it in the 80s, so I certainly ain't going for it in the 2000s.
My parents got mad too.
Auntie,
Yes.
do the Asians call themselves Asian Americans, or is it just us that call ourselves African Americans? Like, don't they just call themselves like China? They're from China. They're
over here, with new over here. If you say someone's from China,
you went out again.
Look at I see the letters. Noah, I see the classifications over here. Noah, it's interesting, right?
Yeah.
So I work in education, so the classifications over here. So if somebody's from China, they classify them as Chinese.
Yeah.
If somebody comes from for instance, so if somebody comes from South Korea, the class to
Sri
South
Lanka,
Korea.
the Sri Lankan, yeah.
Yeah, Sri Lankan. If they're India, I'll say that they're from Pakistan. They'll say like
they won't say they're Indian. They'll say they're
Kashmir.
Pakistani. They're from Hindustan. Yeah, they won't say Indian.
Yeah, Pakistan. Yeah, Pakistani, Kashmiri, or they say Indian this or Indian Gujarati. So there's a tie to some sort of land. Where when you look at us, it says Black African. Not where they come from. Not like Nigerian.
It's
insulting.
Black
African.
Yeah. It's insulting.
Black African or
and
Black African Caribbean.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Kids
not specifying. Not specifying, and that right there should tell you whose identity has been stolen, who they're trying to separate from the land.
Yeah, and it's the same thing
because
with,
in the States, I think it's funny. Just they tend to do the hyphenated thing. They become the Asian American, the Indian American, the Irish American. Like that's like. But
even if you do the Irish
thing, the corporation.
Yeah, but even if you do the Irish thing and the Irish American, it's fine because you still can tie yourself back to the land of Ireland.
Exactly.
Kind of for me. With Black African, you can't do that.
Nobody is a hyphen.
Yeah. Where's a Black African? Where's an African Caribbean?
Yeah.
Exactly. We're in Africa.
But that's
I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know about Caribbean.
Exactly. There you go. You know what I mean? But that's from St. Kitts. It's not from African Caribbean.
We don't say we're from the Caribbean.
Exactly. Again, it's insulting. And I can't put that on white people. That be black people that bring out these different terms and then want to swing on you and shame you for not checking that category. Oh, you ashamed of your heritage. What heritage? I'm not an African. That's not my heritage. But since that's your heritage, I need some answers. Now, you from where? What you mean you don't know? Oh, that's where you from? And when did your people get here? What specific year?
What tribe you from?
So it's insulting at this point. So again, if that's what other people want to do, that's your business. But leave other people out of it. That's your plight. I literally, earlier this week, this sister had posted, can you believe our people trying to stop ADOS from getting reparations? I just start twitching. I'm like, okay, be calm, because I know this sister don't really know all that's going on. And so be respectful. And I'm like, who's stopping who for getting what? Well, it's some people trying to stop. I said, I'm going to ask again. Who's stopping whom for getting what? Why can't ADOS go and put in their claim? Their claim, if they say they are African, their claim has nothing to do with people that are not African. What's the problem? And it took her about 10 minutes. I guess she had to think about that. Like, well, damn, that's logical. So she came back and said, well, I know the one in this local area, they weren't saying that it was everybody was from Africa. I said, well, then they had it right. I said, so I'm going to ask again, who is stopping whom from doing what? I said, because the only fight I know with the ADOS is, and somebody jumped in my chat talking about FBA. I said, I know it was some beef between the FBA group and ADOS. That's their business. But who somebody is, that is an individual right. Now, if a group wants to get together and claim their rights, get together and go claim your rights. But you don't have a right to say because my skin is tawny that I'm ADOS. So that tells me you don't feel that your claim is strong enough to stand on your own. I don't need ADOS for a claim. I don't need FBA. I don't even know what the heck FBA is, what it stands for. What I do know, it has nothing to do with my heritage. I do know enough about that.
So-called foundational Black Americans.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. That's their business. Do you? You don't need other people for your claim. If you say your claim is what it is, you don't need other groups to join.
I don't know what that meant too.
I think it's more
That's where they
sign up.
fuck people up because they got them thinking that sovereignty is something
I'm not
that
Aboriginal, Summer.
Yeah.
I'm not Aboriginal. What is a Aboriginal?
An original person from the land.
I'm not Aboriginal.
It's a Latin word, so it's the Latin people telling you about the land.
So I don't know what I don't know what that means.
Black.
I don't know what it means.
They trying to get the reparations of slavery without calling themselves African slaves. So they're trying to say they're from America, but still give me reparations because I'm the one that actually went through the slavery that y'all talking about.
Okay, and that's their business. If their people went through African slave trade or if they went through some type of slavery, that's their business.
I got a question. We have people on the land saying that they're African slaves and they came through slavery. Where is the African continent going to the council and saying, hey, all the slavery that happened in the past, we want reparations, like the country itself? Why isn't Africa saying that, hey, America and the Queen, we want reparations? I don't hear Africa asking for reparations. The continent, sorry. So how come these people from Africa are not claiming they want reparations? It seems kind of odd.
It never added up, that whole African thing. Now this whole FBA thing, again, that still has nothing to do with me.
No.
No label can speak for what I am.
It's trademarked. You know that.
You just can't speak for what I am. So I don't have nothing against either group. That's their business. Like I said last week, long as you don't cross in my territory telling me that I fit in one of those categories, I'm good. I'm going to say this again. None of these groups, ADOS, FBA, you cannot broad stroke people because they have tawny or swarthy or copper-colored skin.
We're all the same.
In your claim, you don't know my family lineage.
What you look like?
And no one can represent you but yourself.
Can you say that for the slow ones in the back?
No one can represent you but yourself. Oneself is responsible for one's own soul. So only you can represent oneself, or you can't represent, but only one can be present in oneself, and that is it. Outside of that, it's simply nothing else to do with you. You're only responsible ultimately for your own soul as a living soul down here. That's it. So therefore, no one can represent you. You can be present in oneself. That is it.
That's
these
it.
Groups claiming we've got your best interest. I'm not interested.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're not competent. None of them are competent.
I would agree.
I ain't interested.
None of them are competent.
I agree, and that's no offense to you all, but no, you're not finna stand up and speak on my behalf for a doggone thing. No, that's my responsibility. I don't want you sitting down negotiating nothing for me. Nope.
Asking for something.
Exactly.
People are stuck on that. They stuck on the group think, and that their sovereignty somehow means a group represents you.
And
yourself.
that cancels it out.
Right. It just sounds so contradictory in the nature of it.
Right. And Tom Jones said, that's actually a good question, Tom Jones. Where the thingy at? Let me put it up there. What about Dad, come on, get up there, comment. What about suing people for using false titles like African American, Black, Native American, American Indian? So I'm not sure if you just came in, Tom, but Brother Odell last week talked about who owns those titles, and he brought it up again tonight. He said the crown, and then the elder that we just played told you as well that those titles are owned. So now how can you sue somebody when you don't own them titles? Did I get that right, Brother Odell? I think I got that right. Yeah. Oh, he got back on mute. Dang, they really messing with him tonight.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I agree. That's why the titles are all. This is why the titles are all copyrighted. And I agree. This is what even Mark Christopher Cushion over here talks about that. What people and I briefly hit about this last week when we knew I was speaking about putting in your own claim, not using the Crown's copyright. You put your own claim, you do your own copyright claim, and then put your claim. You put dominion, you claim dominion over. This is people don't understand property law. What the Pope did when he declared dominion. This is why I talk about unum sanctum all the time, because the Pope declared dominion of the earth. This is why they have to remand you in their custody, because in property law, in fact, we might even go in this tonight. We could do that. It won't take long. Property law. This is why the Pope declares dominion, because people don't understand what property law is, and they've no idea the levels of property and how that functions, and why they remand you in custody, and they have custody of everything because and what a custodian is. People have no idea what that is, so we may get in on that. But this is where the issue comes in, because under Section 2 AKB, classed as property, and therefore you have to know your claim to your property. When that's why under unum sanctum, that's why the Pope declared dominion of the earth, because some people in La La Land are aware of how to use they're aware of what property is, and why they use certain claims over property, and people always claim custody over this and custody over that, and I'm like, listen, they can talk about custody all day long. I ain't interested in custody. The only thing I'm bothered about is dominion over my own soul, and that's it. Because they know, because the Pope calls himself the Vicar of Christ. Vicarious means in place of, which means the Pope is a bomber-class substitute
bum look like.
Substitution.
It's a
Yeah,
substitute.
substitute. Absolutely.
And the substitute is a fraud. So now you can claim dominion over yourself, and now all their claims are finished. Because the claim of custody that they claim to remand you in their custody, if you see their news that they use, their custody now falls down. I'm not claiming custody over anything. I'm just claiming dominion over myself, and that's it. Their claims is claims get beat. But I'll let somebody speak, and I'm going to pull up a couple of things, because I've got some things in here that I do want to pull up.
Okay, all right. I'll go on and give my little 2 cents while you pulling up what you need to pull up. Let me see. So again, just real quick, and then I'll let you go, nephew. I can't tell people what to do. I can't tell you what to call yourself. That's your business. And like I've been done told y'all, I've been done said, don't include me in that. I'm not an Aboriginal. I want to be clear. I'm not an Aboriginal. I'm not an African American. I'm not FBA. I'm not ADOS. It has nothing to do with those individuals in those groups. I'm telling you what I'm not. And nobody has a right to tell me what I am. You don't know my lineage. You don't know my heritage. So call yourself whatever you want. That's your business. We keep telling you those are titles. We keep telling you who owns the titles. They're copywritten. The only exception I don't know is Aboriginal. I will have to do some research on that one. We do know that one was made up, and it's some whole doctrine behind it.
It's Latin.
Which I want nothing to do with it. But feel free to call yourself what you want to. But let's be clear. You cannot broad stroke me and say, well, our people are... No. Let's back that up. These titles have got people spinning in loops, and y'all can't see it. They literally come up with new titles every couple decades. And they get people that look like you to bring y'all this, and you keep falling for it. And I want no parts of it. I don't need these groups, these titles to tell me who I am. I am. It's through my bloodline. And until people get that it's through your bloodline, you're not going to get it through these different organizations that keep popping up. You're going to keep spinning. I guarantee you. It's going to be another group that come out. So y'all do what you want to do. I'm telling you, I don't rock like that on my platform. No disrespect to anybody, but no, don't come up in here telling me I'm Hebrew. Don't come up in here telling me I'm Yah people, all of that. I don't want to hear it. This is not the Israelite. Yeah, I forgot that too. This is not the platform for that. I don't have a problem with those folks. You do you.
Facts.
That's your heritage. That's your lineage. That's what I'm not and what I don't want any parts of. And I take the time. I go into detail why I stand on what I stand on. And that's that. And I'm not bending. I don't flip-flop. I ain't Hebrew Israelite one day. More the next day. Right. Aboriginal a few more weeks later. Then I'm Black American. I don't flip-flop. I don't fuck with none of it. I am who my family is. That's me. End of story. Those are corporate entity fictions that are owned. Oh, let me see if you got the
titles.
Yeah, you should be able to share, Brother Odell.
All right. Yeah, I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready whenever you're ready. I was just ranting with my scarf.
No, I've got more to come. I'll just cover a bit of issue of property law, because the birth certificates or any of their property comes under what's called property law. This is what I was supposed to cover on autonomous party, and I didn't get anywhere near it. I've got a sick presentation on it, and we've not touched that. I've got a sick presentation where I killed the trust stuff, estate law, trust law, property law, ecclesiastical law, and contract law. That's it, because I have the run their system. I've got it all covered.
Because people keep getting confused on that too.
I'm just going to share this in terms of the levels of authority. So this is how their property works under Section 2 AKV. So this is the 6 levels of authority, and then I'm going to get more into the more in depth after this a second. So I'm just going to briefly share this now.
Okay, let me okay, hold on a sec. Let me bring it up for the fam here. And then we can get it cracking. Where display capture. Oh, okay. Let me get this. I see the sex bots. Soon as that elder start dropping that fire, here come the bots.
Oh yeah. They don't want truth. They don't want truth.
Okay, YouTube can see you now, Brother Odell.
All right, so we'll do it. So this is the Latin stuff. This is to do with all your properties under your estates. So this is why under Unum Sanctum, this is why the Pope declared dominion over the earth, right? And you'll see this. And so you've got custodian vested into the office of a custodian. So that's the bottom one. Officium vested into the office of administrator. Remember, I'm keeping in mind what I've been talking about recently. Imperium vested into the office of curator. Magisterium vested in the office of rector. Vicium vested in the office of censor. Remember, they do their censuses. Dominium vested into the office of true person and executor. Right? So every time you deal with these people, what do they always talk about? They remind you in their custody. They always talk to you about custody this, custody that, custody this, custody that. Right? Jurisdiction. And who that's jurisdiction, correct, right? And who are these people that are doing that? Officials. Can you see how it's above? Can you see how it's above custodian? Yeah. Can you see that? And they're administrators. So you can see the pyramid and how it works here. This is why I'm giving you the game here. So this is why the Pope declared dominion over the earth. This is why I did that, because this is how their system functions. They have you at the bottom of the 62 AKV, and they have everybody above you doing their work, but the officials are the ones just sat above you. That's why I never claim. That's why with your children, I'd never claim custody of my children. I claim dominion over them. Never claim custody. If you get involved in those games, this is what they're doing.
No facts. I see that.
Right, so that's just one little drop. I've got more to come. I'm going to explain a bit more in depth about custody and dominion. So I'm going to drop that in a second. So let me just drop the next one in.
Okay.
Right? And I'm done with these punks just yet.
Woo.
Right, so we're going to get more in depth for the custody versus dominion thing. Make sure I've got it up ready. So let me just go back and have a little bit of fun. Okay, so all right, so let's move this to the side. So let's get a little bit more in depth.
Okay.
So custodian is a term used to describe the six highest levels of authority within a valid system of law. I'm going to say that again. Custodian is a term used to describe the 6th highest level of authority within a valid system of law.
Within a valid system of law.
The power of custodian is invested in the office of custodian is invested in the office of custodian. Sorry. The word custodian comes from the Latin term custodianum, meaning to guard, or defend, or to hold, or in custody, to keep, to watch, or to keep, preserve, or observe. 2. Custodian is called that is called custodian. Yeah. So the word custodian comes from the Latin term custos, meaning warder, jailer, protector, guard, sentry, keeper, or bodyguard. I'm going to call Caverns 374.
Dang, you didn't just went and broke it all the way down.
Yeah, there's more to come yet. The word custodian is equivalent to the words and ranks of positions of constable, magistrate, marshal, bailiff, warder, usher, guard, keeper, jailer, or janitor.
Well, dang, the janitor too? Oh, you know what? Back in the day, they did used to call the janitor the custodians. They sure did.
That's funny. That was funny.
A custodian is usually a public official appointed by a curator. Keep in mind what I just showed you, a curator, for a keep in mind all these politicians who are allocated for small periods of time to rule over you before being moved on. Keep in mind what I'm showing you here, giving you the game. Officials appointed by a curator for a predetermined period of time, which at its expiry results in a termination of their commission. Joe Biden, wink, wink. Okay, so let's look at Dominion now, the real one. So Dominion is a term used to describe the highest level of authority within a valid, again, the highest.
Yeah, the
highest.
Yeah.
With the straight, the highest, I cannot state that enough. Level of authority within a valid system of law. The power of dominion is invested in the office of true person
and executor.
Dominion comes from the Latin term word dominion, meaning absolute
ownership or mastery.
The office of true person is circumscribed living flesh and temple of divine property, as defined through the true trust and all living members of one heaven, in accordance with ancient covenant and the promise by the divine creator of all men, women, and higher order beings. All true persons have by divine right been granted authority of dominion over their name, flesh, mind, energy, and divine spirit, with all other claimed prior rights, liens, sureties, statutory KV trusts, bonds, or other devices or instruments by an inferior trust, corporation, estate, automatically null and void from the beginning.
So just to break it down, you pretty much telling folks on this legal side where they really should be operating from.
Yep.
A true person.
Dominion.
So I'll just share that with brief, and we've got some other stuff to share, but I'll let you have your own take on that. So I'll stop there and let you decide where you want to go from there.
No, I'm just pointing out, again, he's telling you, y'all that dip and dab in the paperwork, he's giving you the difference between the custodium and the dominion. And you want to be on the dominion side, and specifically, and now we're talking the lawful stuff.
Yep.
We're talking the lawful stuff.
Du jour.
And we're literally telling you that as a living being,
true living,
that you have the right and the authority of dominion over self, over name, flesh, mind, energy, and divine spirit.
Damn.
And any other claim, liens, sureties, any of that crap,
if you're a trust
is
corporation,
null and void.
Bonds.
Even the dog's dropping it.
I know, even the dog is in agreement. So when we're sitting up here telling you, and I get up here every week and I tell you all about what sovereignty really is, it's on two folds. It's on the lawful side, and it's also, more importantly, on the spiritual side.
Yep, I've always said that. I've always said that. Like, you've always heard me saying that it's a battle of consciences. I've always said that.
Exactly. And with that being divine sovereignty, you have responsibility for total self. Because when you don't, you have to dance to their music.
Because in this saying, if you don't claim dominion, you're then technically under their trust.
You're a child.
You're under
Exactly. You're a child. You're property.
Yeah.
Minors.
You're minors. Exactly. So you can't have it both ways.
Oh, we got Antoine in the house if you want to let him in.
Yeah.
That puts you back under this. That puts you right back under this. You're not got dominion. Yep, puts you right back under this. I keep saying this, which where it goes right back underneath this. It's where Westminster claimed again. You proof of life facts where the bar and disenfranchised had not given to Westminster in the courts that where we're alive, we're hence to be declared for dead in law, civilly mortus, or non de guerre, Mr., Mrs., non de guerre, crown copyright and all the rest of it, uppercase, capitis maxima, and therefore lost and abandoned, and their property, birth certificates, estate, to be managed in their absence.
Yeah, this is where now they claim to be your fiduciary advisor.
Yes,
this is where they would say that they are responsible for you as a minor because
that's right. They remind you in their
handle your
custody.
affairs. Exactly.
That's right. Remind you in their custody.
Right, and they're handling your affairs
because you're a minor.
There you go. Under statutory AKB. This is why I know what they've done.
Exactly.
That's how I know exactly how they've done it. This is why I always talk about this, which you've got. I think we've gone through this.
Yeah,
that's how they've done it.
We have to keep this in people's face.
And this is why over in the States, it comes again, United States, and I've already said in 1581, since there's been a series of statutory states concerning property of persons and rights migrated to the United States, included administration.
Yep.
This is why I keep saying it, because again, you've got the Settlement Act, an emergency. Settlement Act over in Ireland, you've got the Emergency War Powers Act 1861, and then you've got the Emergency Relief Act 1931 and Constitution Act 1932. Yeah, and you mentioned this new Patriot Act 2001.
That's the same game they're playing, and now we have the Emergency Act of 2022.
There you go.
Exactly.
Since 1591, there has been a series of trusts concerning property of the soul and ecclesiastical rights migrated to the United States for administration, including, and then you've got the rest. District of Columbia Act 1871, 1616 Act of Settlement Act, and then you've got the Land Lease Act of 1941. Keep telling everybody this. We've gone through this again and again and again. This is why they use. That's how I know they use the statutory AKB.
And
I've got all the evidence.
Before you go, in 1941, remember in 1930, whenever it was, that's when they took the gold.
33.
So
that's right.
33. So they took your gold and they came and seized your land.
That's correct.
Under lien, which means you couldn't pay for it.
Yeah, and this is why, again, because, again, you've got the Trade and Sedition Act, Trading with the Enemy Act, United States, through the United Kingdom, the citizens of the Commonwealth of the United States effectively became enemies of the estate or enemies of their estate.
Yeah.
Because of under legal fiction. And the aliens, again, this is where you put into private commissionary citus trust or foreign citus trust, private international trust. And it gets back into, again, when Vatican signed the Lateran Treaty in 1929, because they got the titles due to what happened with Woodrow Wilson in 13. The cult known as the Vatican created the Bank for International Settlements for control of claimed property of associated private central banks throughout the world. Upon deliberate bankruptcy in most countries, private central banks were installed as administrators. And the global statutory AKB foreign statutory trust system was implemented from 1933 onwards, which is what you've just said, Noah, with Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Bank holiday.
Yes, bank holiday. So that's how they've annihilated all the construct. So that's what we've been dealing with, everybody, under statutory AKV. So I'll stop there, but that's where it goes. And then obviously there's the stuff that I had for the what's its name? The stuff I had for the 1812 stuff, but I'm gonna let people make comment because I've made
Okay,
said
and I'm
there
gonna
that people make comment.
Okay, I'm gonna bring on nephew Antoine. I'm trying to unmute you, nephew, and then we could get into the 1812 stuff. It's depending on how you feel, Brother Odell.
It's yeah. I'll let Antoine speak and then
okay, we'll take it from there. Yeah, you let us know.
Hello.
Yeah, we're here. Peace and love.
Peace and love, family. How y'all doing?
We good. How are you?
Hey, I'm maintaining.
Good. What's on your mind?
Oh, I'm just sitting. I'm sitting back listening. I'm in class right now, so I'm just sitting back listening.
Okay.
Welcome, bro. Welcome.
Exactly. Like, I'm just listening, and because I was thinking about how they said when he said dominion over the children and whatnot, and like my question is how are you going about that as far as when it comes? Well, that's an off. Never mind.
Yeah, have an offline. Yeah. I read your thoughts. I already read your thoughts, so you know how to hit them up offline. Yeah. Y'all can talk offline about that because I already know. I already know where you going with that.
So you can continue, please.
All right. So we ready and it's up to you, Brother Odell, if you because I know it's the next day for you right now.
Let's get a bit light here.
Yeah. So if we want to pick back up next week, if your schedule allows, we could pick back up next week and we're gonna start with the 1871 stuff. Or the 1812. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll share something with you that I've got here.
Okay, and now when you share something, it's gonna be another straight up hour. But that's okay. I just want to make sure you get your proper rest because that's what's important.
We'll touch it briefly and we'll probably have to go to next week. So I'm just gonna
okay, let me bring that back on just a sec here.
When you support this information, because it's really small for me to see actually.
Yeah, he usually does. I'll send it to you, sis. Not usually, he always does. I'll send it.
Thank you.
Let's see display. All righty, we should be ready, brother.
Okay, I'm not going to hold on this for too long, but obviously it's got land ownership, you've got strategy, it's got so much stuff in here that I could be here all day, but it's just certain things I want to Jesuit off. Woo! This is deep, but I'm going to leave that for that. It's just I've got so much stuff in here, but there's an aspect to this that I wanted to touch. It's not all of it, because it's just certain things I want to get my hands on. Just because there's an aspect of it that we mentioned. Yeah, I talked about Public 94, about the United States and the Socialist Community Order. We've done that, but it's not that. Federal Reserve notes, we know what they are. Social Security and the 62 AKB. It's not that. There's an aspect to this that I just want to get in on just because it's worth us going in on it. Let me move this down and just run it. There's so much stuff in here.
And as he's looking for that, fam, if you didn't catch last week, I told y'all last week is one you gonna have to, if you have the storage to download it for your records to break down what he's talking about, I highly suggest that you do.
And then you get this week's copy and download it as well, because Brother Topcat and the Elder dropped some fire knowledge as well.
Didn't they drop that fire? So yeah, y'all might want to download this one too. And you go to his site to download it as well, because I don't be trusting folks. So download stuff to have for your records.
BCU.
Yeah, because that's right. He's putting his stuff on BCU. So if you're a member, you get access to all that. So I'm glad he kept that one up so far. But yeah, he backs his stuff up on BCU also.
Okay, so I'm gonna briefly touch this. So I want to, because of what happened under I've mentioned this obviously. I keep using the term bona vacantia. Now we all know what bona vacantia is by now on here because I've been using the term, and now abandoned lands and all this stuff, and now they claim the land and nuggets. So we all know against Declaration of Rights from September 1774. But I want to get into this tax here. So before I enter upon the examination of particular taxes, it is necessary to premise that the following maxims with regard to taxes is in general. The subjects of every state, keep in mind that the One Land Convention I mentioned, we've already gone through that already. Subjects of every state ought to contribute towards the support of the government as nearly as possible in proportion to their prospective abilities, that is, in proportion to revenue which they respectively enjoy under the protection of the state. The expense of the government to individuals of a great nation is like the expense of management to joint tenants of a great estate, who are obliged to contribute improper to their respective interests in the estate. In the observation of or neglect of this maxim consists what is called the equality or inequality of taxation. Every tax, it must be observed, ounce for all, which falls finally upon one only of three sorts of revenue above mentioned, is necessary and equal insofar as it does in effect to the other two. In the following examination of different taxes, I shall seldom take further notice of this sort of inequality, but shall, in most cases, confine my observations to the inequality which is occasioned by a particular tax falling unequally even upon the particular sort of private revenue which is affected by it. The tax which each
You want me to pick it up and read it?
I'm all right.
Okay.
Each individual is bound to pay ought to be certain and not arbitrary. The time of payment, the manner of payment, the quantity to be paid ought to be clear and plain to the contributor and to every person, where it is otherwise every person subject to the tax is put more. Now, there's a reason why I'm going to go through this, because I want to link it to what was going on over here, because this article links it in, and then because it's important. Or less in power of the tax gathered, who can either aggravate the tax upon any obnoxious contributor or extort by the terror of such extravagation. Some present or prerequisite to himself. The uncertainty of taxation encourages the insolence and favors the corruption of an order of men who are naturally unpopular or unpopular, even where they are neither insolent nor corrupt. This gets more interesting. The certainty of what each individual ought to pay is in taxation a matter of so great importance that it is very inconsiderable degree of inequality. It appears, I believe, from the experience of all nations, it's not near so great as evil as a very small degree of uncertainty. So, sister, I'll stop there and let you pick up this next bit. There's a reason why I'm going to put some feminine energy on it. So I'll run that third bit. So every tax ought to be. So please read this bit.
All right, I'll pick that up. Because they talking some bull crap all above, but let's see how it continues. 3, every tax ought to be levied at the time or in the manner in which it is most likely to be convenient. Oh, really now? Child, let me reread that back. Every tax ought to be levied at the time or in the manner in which it is most likely to be convenient for the contributor to pay it. Right. A tax upon the rent of land or of houses payable at the same term at which such rents are usually paid, is levied at the time when it is most likely to be convenient for the contributor to pay, or when he is most likely to have wherewithal to pay. Child.
Get the money.
Taxes upon such consumable goods as are articles of luxury are all finally paid by the consumer, and generally in a manner that is convenient for him. Child, he pays them by little and little, as he has occasion to buy the goods, as he is at liberty to, either to buy or not to buy as he pleases. It must be his own fault if he ever suffers any. Child, you better stop playing with me. If he should ever suffers any considerable inconveniencies from such taxes.
Go ahead.
Must be his fault.
Child, every tax, so this is 4, every tax ought to be so contrived as both to take out and keep out of the pockets of the people as little as possible over and above what it brings into the public treasury of the state. Shut your mouth.
They want more to come in than they want to give out.
A tax may either take out or keep out of the pockets of the people a great deal more than it brings into the public treasury in the 4 following ways.
Politicians.
First, the levying of it may require a great number of officers.
There you go, officers. That's
Child, let me sip this doggone water. I be needing a shot of vodka for this stuff, brother Odell, and I don't even drink like that. They're telling you where the taxes are going.
Yep, that's what.
Right? Okay, it
officers,
says.
Yeah.
So the
an officer is.
Yeah.
Remember what I said with the property law just now, but keep going. Keep going.
So the levying of it may require a great number of officers whose salary may eat up. Whose salaries may eat up the greater part of the produce of the tax, and whose prerequisites may oppose another additional tax upon the people.
There you go.
So their existence is going to cause a tax.
So let's get to the second one. Secondly, it may obstruct the industry, the people, and discourage them from applying to certain branches of business, which might give maintenance and unemployment to great multitudes. While it obliges the people to pay, it may thus diminish or perhaps destroy some of the funds which might enable them more easily to do so.
Oh, so this is where your income tax comes in, where they want to take away your.
Keep going. It gets better.
Thirdly, by the forfeitures and other penalties which those unfortunate individuals incur who attempt unsuccessfully to evade the tax, it may frequently ruin them. And thereby put an end to the benefit which the community might have received from the employment of their capitals.
Remember birth certificates. Keep going.
And judicious tax offers a great temptation to smuggling. Child.
There you go. See what I mean, sister?
So they admitted that they own the hustle.
Yeah.
And they're admitted that they smuggling.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're admitting that they're taking the money just by being in operation.
Right.
Yes.
And they're admitting that by doing so, it's causing harm to the people versus the people getting benefit from it. And it's even affecting businesses. Or did I misread that?
No, you didn't misread that. You got
set
that
up
right.
it's set up where they want to accumulate more wealth from the people than they're actually giving back to the people. So your social services, for example. So why you don't get your benefits paid off, why we have veterans that are not well, and why your money is going to other places than America?
Ukraine, Israel.
I ain't gonna say it.
Israel.
Wow.
I ain't gonna say it, but it's not coming to you.
That is the sex bot didn't like what we said. And he removed. They brought their ass right back up in here. Okay, so but the penalties of smuggling must rise in proportion to the temptation.
Yeah.
The
See,
law.
and this is what,
I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
yeah, this is what I was saying. This is where the issue comes in because they are not realizing this. Now, there's just one bit I want to read from this, and I'm going to let you drop in. This is because this is important. I want to read this last part, and I want you to drop something for me in a second. So, right, sisters, right. So, contrary to all the ordinary principles of justice, first creates the temptation and then punishes those who yield to it. I'm going to say that bit again.
You create the temptation.
Well, yeah, the law, contrary to all the ordinary principles of justice, first creates the temptation and then punishes those who yield to it. And commonly enhances the punishment too, in proportion to the very circumstance which ought certainly to alleviate it. The temptation to commit the crime, fourthly, by subjecting the people to the frequent visits and the arduous examination of tax gatherers, it may expose them to much unnecessary trouble, vexation, and oppression. And though vexation is not strictly speaking expense, it is certainly equivalent to the expense at which every man or woman in this case would be willing to redeem him or herself from it. It is in some one or other of these four different ways that taxes are frequently so much burdensome to the people than they are beneficial to the sovereign. This is important. This is the last part I'm going to do. It is not contrary to justice that both Ireland and America should contribute towards the discharge of the public debt of Great Britain. I'm going to read that again.
Please do. I literally broke out in the itch.
Ireland and America.
Read that again.
It is not contrary to the justice that both Ireland and America should contribute towards the discharge of the public debt of Great Britain. Great Britannia. I'm just nearly done here. The debt has been contracted. Keep in mind what you lot have been saying. The debt has been contracted in support of the government, the governmental established by the revolution, a government to which the Protestants or the Protestant stances of Ireland owe not only the whole authority which they at present enjoy in their own country, but every security which they possess for their liberty and their property. Keep in mind what I talked about property earlier, and their religion, real life going on. A government governmental to which several of the colonies of America owe their present charters.
Child, I'm done.
Remember that one?
And consequently, their present constitution, and to which all the colonies of America owe their liberty, security, and property, of which they have ever since enjoyed. The public debt has been contracted in the defense not of Great Britain alone, but all of the different provinces of the empire. The immense debt contracted in the late war in particular, and in a great part of contracted in the war before, were both properly contracted in the defense of America. The expense of the peace established of the colonies was before the commencement and present disturbances very considerable, and the expense which may, and if no revenue can be drawn from them, ought to certainly be saved altogether. The constant expense in time of peace through the very great is insignificant in comparison with what the defense of the colonies has cost us in time of war. That's the key thing. Keep going on this issue of war. The last war, which was undertaken altogether on account of the colonies, cost Great Britain. It has already been observed upwards of 90 millions. The Spanish War of 1739 was principally undertaken into account, in which the French War that was consequent of it, the Great Britain spent upwards of 40 millions, the great part of which ought to justly to be charged
to the
to the colonies.
You know, this kind of shows that Declaration of Independence, 4th of July, 1776, when they say they won their independence from Great Britain, which they did not.
No, they didn't, and I'm nearly finished. I want to get to this last part because it covers that last bit. There's this last bit, and then I want you to all speak. In those two wars, the colonies cost Great Britain more than double the sum which the national debt amounted to. Remember, talk about national debt over here. To before the commencement of the first of them. Had it not been for those wars, the debt might be considerably. The debt might be probably would be by this time. Now, I want to just make this very clear. I'm going to just show something with you here, just to let you know. You're going to just see this now when I just move this. Don't even do it if it'll let me do it without that. Why are you bothering me when I go there? Got the Peace of Colonies Act, okay? So these are colonies of Great Britain. These are American colonies. I'm doing this on purpose, right? Where is essential interest of welfare and the prosperity of Great Britain and of the colonies of our plantations of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and 3 lower counties, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina,
wow,
and George in the north, and the peace and intercourse, trade and commerce should be restored between them. Right? This is to do to what happened when the colonies were established here, and I'm going to read this part. This bit is what is important, right? Here. I'm going to read this whole bit because it's important, because you're going to see why I've read the previous slide. Wherefore, and for full manifestation of earnest, which is the desire of His Majesty and his Parliament, this is what happened over here, to put an end to the calamities of war, be enacted by the King, His Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Lord's spiritual and temporal. This is over here in our country, over here, and Commons in the present Parliament assembled, and by authority of the same, that it shall be may be lawful for His Majesty to treat, consult, and agree and conclude with any commissioner or commissionaries named by the colonies, plantations, or any of respectively, or any bodies or corporate or body politics. That's key, politics, right? So you've got there, right? So you've got here. Now I'm going to just show you something here. This is a statute of amity and commerce between Great Britain and the United States of America. So they came here to do commerce.
In 1790.
So now if you put in mind they came here to do amity and commerce, I've shown you this, and I've shown you about the Great Britain losing and the commerce. And remember what I showed you earlier on, and I talked about here, and I talked about making very clear about what happened in the 1670s with the British Parliament and the taxation. And obviously I've made very clear here where the taxes come from, and I showed here that the taxes are very clear. Well, you read some of it, sister. The taxes, remember, America shall contribute towards the discharge of the public debt of Great Britain.
And we're still paying for it, basically.
Yes!
Because what they were saying up at the top, that really taxes...
You've got the colonies here. You got the thesis here. I'm not very sure, but keep in mind here, I've got the regional treaties here of peace and friendship between the United States of Morocco,
right,
and the very I'm going there. I've got so much information I've still got to get through. In 1887, what was really going on and who was really part of the original people. So I'm just saying, I've got all the articles here. We can't touch it this week because we just obviously don't have time.
Yeah, we out of time. We could get back to it. So just so I'm clear.
So I'm just letting people know what was really going on.
The taxation that we have today, just to be clear, is to pay from the wars from back up in the day from the colonies.
17.
Yes.
So how are we different from what France done to Haiti, or am I missing something in this equation? Please let me know if I'm missing something.
It's the same play.
Nope. Same play. So right now, so they keep saying the United States is sovereign, but I keep telling everybody it's not sovereign.
It's not.
If you were
all
sovereign,
your taxpayers' dollars are coming into here and then going to the Vatican for the
Right.
substitute.
Because we have to discharge that debt from the wars.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's what debt now, the debts you keep talking about, the ceiling, the debt ceiling, that debt ceiling, that's the debt ceiling referring to under the treasury.
Oh my God.
That's what the Jesuits not telling everybody. So all your taxes for your estates are coming over here to England, and then the Queen's giving them to splitting them with the Pope. They're being discharged. That's why I said Ireland and America should contribute towards the discharge of the public debt of Great Britannia.
So
that's why I keep saying it.
This ain't no different than, I don't know if y'all familiar with that book, The Diary of an Economic Hitman.
So basically, what we have to do, sister, we have to read through all the establishments of obviously the original colonies and how it all got set up over here because it's relevant. It came over here first from our country here, and then it got set within the colonies. We obviously know about the Treaty of Amity and Commerce between the British Magistracy and the United States of America, which it was actually Morocco. It wasn't America because we know that it was Morocco, or Turtle Island, or what's the other term? These Amexem, or all these other terms they use for it. But it wasn't the United States. It was the piece of it was.
Yeah, now this one, I'm gonna have to really see where you go with this one because the Moors always pull this one up and they ain't got out of nothing yet. They keep getting locked up, so I gotta really see where you coming from with this one.
Well, what I'm showing is I'm showing that that the treaties were negotiated between people. Well, I'm not necessarily saying Moors per se, but it's my point I'm trying to get at is the fact that there's been a clear treaty between Britannia and America. Whoever negotiated it is what I want to get at.
Because that's the thing that be frosting me. Who gave them the right to negotiate anything?
It's not necessarily. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there was negotiations. What I want to get at.
But question, isn't this?
That's what I want to get at. I want to get at the fact that the Britain had its colonies here, and then they negotiated some kind of commercial contract. But as a result of that, you lot ended up discharging the debt in this country. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
whoever negotiated, that's what I want to get at. Yeah, I don't say who negotiated it. I just want to get to the fact that it was negotiated.
No. I
the fact that
that's why I was about to say that.
No, because what I'm getting at is
who
right
negotiated.
now,
I want to point out the fact that it's put you lot under this country here. That's what I'm trying to get at. Regardless of who negotiated it, that's what I'm wanting. Because obviously, if you see this Amity Commerce Treaty, it doesn't make it obvious who negotiated that treaty. It just makes it there's a treaty negotiated. It doesn't say who negotiated the treaty.
Exactly.
I know. But what I want to get is who negotiated it. That's what I want to try and get at.
Brother
But
Odell.
it put all you lot in a subjection. That's what I want to get at.
I cannot wait till we get to that.
Brother
I'm
Odell.
sorry. Go ahead, Brother Nuwa.
No, there's a wordplay being played here right now because right now you guys are showing me Ireland and America, and I never knew Ireland was a body politic on its own. So that's right. That's interesting to me right there in itself. That because even didn't the people from Ireland get pushed out? They were
melanated. Yeah,
they were melanated.
Yeah, they got exiled. Are those the Ireland or is that Irish? Yeah, is the Irish people from Ireland? Am I mistaken that right?
No, you're right.
Okay, exactly. So all I'm saying is that the Irish people seem to have some sort of significance because their land is being identified solely as its own. America is being held on its own.
And this is what I keep getting. This is the true stuff that the Jesuits before they came to you lot over there. That's my point.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at too is that you're talking about America. On your next slide, it says United States. This is now the corporation you're talking to.
Yes.
So the contract that the Moroccan contract that you're looking at is not America, the land. It's the United States, the corporation.
There you go.
Who's ever running the corporation is talking to Morocco, and the corporation, the United States, is having a corporate deal with Morocco. And now that corporation came to the landmass known as America and set up their corporation.
Right,
the
but
United
the
States.
thing of it, he's saying is that it's got the people paying the debt.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But no, but the trick is coming from you guys, the Americans and the United States coming on the land. That's where the trick is now. Because you're saying you're American, but then the United States is a corporation. Which one are you? Ireland is not the United States of Ireland, but they say you're the United States of America. So I'm saying that the people seems to be the Ireland and the Americans. The United States is the corporation that now has made a treaty with Morocco to come on the land, America, and now do business with the sovereign people.
Exactly. You got it. You jumping ahead to next week, but no, I'm looking at the
word.
But yeah, you got United States of America.
Yeah, United States of America.
Exactly. We know that's a corporation, but let's not sleep on the fact that the corporation set up this structure, but who's paying the debt?
We are.
The people.
It's not the people's debt. Whose debt should this be?
It should be Great Britain's.
It should be over here's debt. It's never the people's debt.
No, it should be
the corporation's debt.
The
owner of the corporation, yeah. Because
that's why it says here, what does it say? Discharge of Britain's public debt. Discharge of Great Britannia. Again, discharge. It's the debts. Whose is the debts? It's a corporate debt. It's not.
It's a corporate debt. Exactly. It has nothing to do with the people. They're fleecing the people, literally.
Yes.
And this is how they're fleecing it. The Pope is doing it because this is when he now gets you to sign over your sovereignty onto paper form, and now you're pledging to your corporation. Now that's where he pledges your soul to the corporation. So now this is where you are now responsible for the debt of the corporation because you pledged for the corporation as you
this
are
is
now.
Why you register your children, you give title ownership, his birthright.
Exactly.
It's a I'll cover it next week if I get a chance. The divine portion of the human body. I've got more stuff on here that I just not covered.
You're pledging into the corporation.
So much stuff.
I'm just but this tax stuff, it hits it out the door. So this makes sense where I don't know if you ever heard this, Brother Odell, but over here, IRS lady, she got sent to jail because she went up against the system saying that there is no law on the book saying that you have to pay taxes.
That's true.
So over here it's the same thing. I'll share an interview next week about a Peter of England did. There's no taxes over here. It didn't come until just after the Second World War. I think it came to before over here, and the people didn't pay tax over here because it's clear they won't pay tax over here. Because again, where were they getting their financials from? Where was the money coming from? Over again, the American island was contributing what to the debt of Great Britain. So we didn't pay. The people over here weren't paying taxes. Why? Because they were getting funds from where from? It was coming from you lot over there, from the colonies.
And my
people
thing
getting rich
is,
on the back of the colonies, weren't they?
If a debt is a debt. At this point, you making it into a utility,
right?
Because when the hell is supposed to be paid off, although it's not my debt anyway.
No, he said last week, or not even last week. We said we're only paying off the interest. We're not even paying the principal, guys.
Right, but it ain't my debt in the beginning.
Exactly.
Period. But ain't that much debt in the world that it never gets paid?
Exactly. This is what I'm going to get into. I've got into history. I've got a talk. I've got it up. But I don't think I've put it up here. This gets into what's called the Notary's Guide. I've got it into. I have to get this. We could be here all day talking about this. This gets into the Notary's Guide. The artists. I think I've talked about previously on here at some point where they set up the court system under Charlemagne and then in the 1300 when it's called penance. It's called penance when they've set up the Catholic. It's a Catholic concept of sin. Self-ignorant nonsense where they set up this construct where you owe them money where it's not real. It's an illusion.
Yeah.
It's penance.
That's where Jesus was whipping the money changers.
Yeah. That's what I talk about when he goes into the temple.
Yeah,
talks about the money changers.
It's all paper. Yeah. There's nothing real.
Yeah, it's not real. It's an illusion. It's God's wrapped up in an illusion. That's what the Pope's doing. That's what the Pope's doing under convocation when I talk about the claiming of the souls. This is why I talk about the people. I talk about unum sanctum, where Paul declared dominion over the earth. I talk about come on, eternal regis, where they're claiming all the properties and making everybody pay all these debts, and then convocation where they claim the soul. That's the ecclesiastical side. That's the triple tiara of the crown that I've been talking about.
They
It's that
have
consciousness
really,
issue.
exactly. They have really bamboozled the world.
And remember, they keep telling you guys it's about skin color. It's because you're black.
Not. Yeah.
It's not, and we keep getting up here every week and saying that. And I'm like, if y'all getting stuck on that, y'all so far behind the game. It's sickening at this point because they don't give a damn about any of that.
And
they want that energy. They want them souls.
And to top it off, these are people that look like us. So the whole
that set it up.
That's a white person doing this. No.
That set it up.
The game is being run by your bloodline in a sense. Your family.
I can't. Okay, Brother Odell, we're gonna let you round off with the last words so you can start your day. We truly appreciate it. We'll pick back up next week if your time permits, because child, I can't take no more. I can't take no more because you truly put the nail in the coffin with this whole taxation, because I've heard that in passing, but here's the proof.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I was going to get you to read so as we start off time. I mean, it's so good because it really gives you a definition of these laws. I mean, this is a talk within itself, just to go through all the stuff of the exchequers and but it's all relevant to what we set up over here, because we essentially, that was brought over from where we are over here, and essentially it was brought to the States. That's where it comes from. We took all this Roman stuff, and we took it all the way over to you lot through the colonies, and that's what you lot are dealing with right now. You do all the stuff you're doing right now is because of what happened here.
It makes sense. It makes sense. So yeah, it's up to you. Next week, however you want to steer the conversation, it's up to you. I leave that in your hands. Next week, how you want to handle it. I know it's a lot. I know. That's all we can take tonight, though. Let folks digest. They can't take no more, because I know I can't take no more. I'm going to really have to.
Because we got it from two different heads. We got it from an elder and you. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've been hit with a lot tonight, so we'll pick back up next week. If your
Page
time
47.
permits. Okay, of
47.
course. If your time permits. So, you have any last words for the family, Brother Odell? I know.
Yeah, I know it's just so much. There's just so much of this stuff I've got. Oh, sister. If people just get a grip of what's really happened here, and it just becomes obvious that, yeah, it just becomes too obvious what they've been doing, and yeah. Say, go on, sister.
I just said they're stealing and embezzling.
It's enslavement.
Yeah, it's enslavement for the church.
It's literally enslavement on every level.
Spiritual trap.
Slavery, spiritual, yeah.
Yeah, it's enslavement.
They're gonna have to pay karma on that one.
And you think about it at the cosmic level. If we don't understand the term prison planet, I don't know what to tell people. And just trying to break through one layer, that's not going to cut it. That's why I'm consistent in what I say. You have to turn the whole thing over. And you have to do that with at the soul consciousness level, at the family level.
Right. The worst part about it, these executors like Biden and all them folks, because they choose the leaders. I heard that they choose who they want to lead this corporation. They know that we still are under the Pope and under Great Britain's rule. They know that.
They gotta go kiss the Pope and see the Queen.
Yeah, if they don't know the Pope, they damn sure know that Queen.
Mm-hmm.
That I agree with you on. They know. But what just beat me over the scarf, and I literally broke out in the itch when he started talking about discharging the debt. Baby, I promise you I start itching. Because I'm like, this is no different than France.
No.
France and Haiti is what I'm trying to say. And people running around, whoa, France need to discharge. Ain't that what we always hear? France need to discharge Haiti's debt. This ain't no different.
We're like they are. We're no different.
If we were truly sovereign, we would be X'd out like Haiti is. We wouldn't be doing business with the world.
No, Haiti is not sovereign. Haiti still have to pay back that debt.
Yeah.
France ain't discharged the so-and-so thing.
Their money.
We never will. We're probably rich. No, we're not richer than Haiti because Haiti has a lot. But these conquerors, they rule by military.
Okay, just read this tiny bit, sis. I'm just read this tiny bit.
Yeah, let me put it.
Just
back
this tiny
there.
bit. It's
yeah, no
just
worries.
a tiny part. Just a tiny part.
There is. I'm sorry.
Rule by that military.
Display. I'm sorry. There it is. Okay.
Just
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
It's hilarious.
Brother Odell, check your mic.
You there?
Okay. So just this tiny bit. Right. I'm just gonna say this here.
Go on, True.
I see it. You don't have to read it for me. I see it.
Just it.
I already see it.
Spit the feminine energy on it. Then if it's not gonna let me do it, you do it.
I see the United States is still a British colony, but I'll back it up a couple sentences.
Thank you, sister. Go ahead.
A portion of the fines and taxes we pay today go right back to the sovereign King of England and his heirs and or successors, as I pointed out in previous chapters of the United States is still a British colony.
And that's why, to this day, you still have to what? Discharge the debt of Great Britannia. Great Britannia!
George V? Was it George V?
George III, I think. But yeah, but that's why. But so it's evidently clear, sister. All these Indians and all this thing we've been talking about tonight, none of them are sovereign. They're all paying taxes. And where are their taxes going? They're going to the port through here.
And we keep telling them that.
Right.
We keep telling them. That's why they running around asking for all this permission. Because if you sovereign, how's you running around asking for permission?
But you have to ask for how do you know you have to ask for permission? That's what I mean. There's an order that you have to follow. You know that.
So, Brother Odell, you have any last words for the family? And thank you so much. Let me definitely, we truly, truly appreciate you. So thank you for that information.
Every time we get on there, sister, they just unveil more pieces of this onion.
Yeah, and we still haven't even gotten to the stuff that we talked about. Because I was gonna bring up that show.
Privately. This is not private.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. But when I was sharing with you about that program,
yes,
we still ain't even got, because I was gonna talk about that tonight. So I'll save that for next week. Ooh, child. Okay,
you've got so much stuff to do, sister.
I know it's a lot. It's a lot, but it's got to get out.
I do that too. Go on, sister. Go on.
No, it's got to get out. And what I appreciate about you coming on here doing this, because we're able to go through it and we can break it down as best we can for folks to understand it. Because for so many years over in the States, different people have brought this information forward, and not all of them, but most of them is so inaccurate. It was riddled in scams. As a matter of fact, a lot of these groups that's running around came out of this information that they either purposely are misleading the people or it's done out of ignorance. So yeah. I appreciate you coming in here, putting it back before the people, and you're breaking down a lot of those myths and lies that folks have been running around for years here in the Americas telling melanated people, getting them locked up. So I truly, truly appreciate you for that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, sister, we've got the Two Tales of the Zodiac still to finish. We've got that stuff that you were speaking to me about privately. We've just got so much stuff to cover. But it'll run its course. We'll get it done eventually.
It will. It'll run its course, and it's based on your time as well. So it is what it is. So
that's why I keep coming, because like I said,
I'm like, get some rest. And I see you show up in the queue. I'm like, oh, he got to get that out. But oh my gosh,
I'm determined that you are, sister, because we've got because once it's done. But I just want people not make no excuse. You get me? They can't not get around. They can't make
any excuses. Exactly. Well, not with us. Now they can make excuses to themselves behind closed doors if that's the type of truth they want to live in. But you can't come to us and make no excuses.
Yeah.
You really, really can't. So thank you, Brother Odell. Go ahead and get your day started. So we appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. No, that's great speaking with you all. It's just like I said, we've got a good platform here, but at least we get the truth out here. There's no, at least those people in the chat are aware of stuff, what's going on. So what I'll have to do, sister, I'll email you I've got the PDFs for 2 of the files. So the peace and friendship one, the Amity and Commerce one, and the British colonies one. Those 3 I can email you because they're on PDF. So I'll email you those 3 that are on the PDFs. I'll do that straight away. I'll make sure I get that done. I'll do that. I'll do that. There is an aspect to this I'm supposed to touch tonight, but I've got with the but we didn't even get that far. There's just so much with it. But I'll definitely make sure I email the first 3 things. I'll email those shortly, and I'll email Noir and obviously Scott, as I always do. Antoine will get it as well because I always email him. But yeah, sister, we just got to keep exposing the truth. They can't hide it. Like I say, for me, I just think this whole thing's going to come crashing down to an extent whereby they're not be able to do anything. It has to do because
it's run its course. Exactly. They're trying to remix it, but the vibration has switched up so much, it's not going to make it.
Yeah,
it's not going to make it. And a lot of people are freaking out, and they're going to freak out as the shift keeps happening, because that's all they're used to. That's all they know. But it just doesn't work anymore. And it's not based on what they think. It's based on the natural, organic, quote, planet. She's tired. She's done with it. She doesn't want to be enslaved anymore. It's over.
Yeah.
So great information, Brother Odell. Thank you so much.
No, it's fine.
Okay. All right. So enjoy the rest of your day. I know you're just starting your day. I don't know how you go work out after this, but okay. Have a good workout. So.
Antoine, I'll be in touch as well. I'll put him in touch with you both. Antoine, I'll be in touch with you at some point. I'll email him and we'll touch base about this stuff, about the Dominion stuff. But it's about knowing the issue is the issue of registering children in the first place, and it's like, well, actually, that's a contract when you register them. So you're now going to not register them. No, you're going to have to make very clear that you're claiming dominion over them, so they can claim custody all day long. That's fine. I say I claim dominion over my property, and I've got the highest claim through bloodline. This is why sisters, Ryan, they can't beat the bloodline. And that's why
you can't beat the bloodline, and I'm consistent with that. I don't care who come out with what group, what term they want to use. None of that means anything to me because it's based on my bloodline. Period. So. All right, Brother Odell. Thanks so much. So, nephew Antoine, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, my last things is just for people to think on. The main things that I pull from this is that you really need to know who you is and who you claiming that you are to be, because that's how they're going to choose whether or not to deal with you.
How they gonna deal with you?
exactly how they gonna deal with you.
Mm-hmm.
And just about every title that they put in front of you that you used to seeing, they already got copyright. So if you choose a certain title, they already know where to brand you, where to put you, where to categorize you. Okay, yeah, you got to pay this amount. You got to pay this. You got to do this. Because it all has to go back to the one who's feeding off of everybody, the one who gets the benefit of all those contracts, whether it be for your body, your soul, your mind, or all three.
Right.
So you need to know who you is and know what you're talking about. You need to do your history. You need to track back and know who your people's is.
Indeed.
And you need to comprehend the contracts and stuff that's already in play as it is and see how those are in motion. Because even though you still out here, you find out who you are and you claim who you are to be and you sovereign, you still got to operate in what's going on and know whether or not that's going to be a benefit for you, or you got to just go and separate yourself from the whole thing altogether.
Indeed.
Excuse me.
Very well said.
And just comprehend that these folks got stuff in play for a reason. And you need to know how to, I need to know how to really maneuver myself, because if they know that you know who you are in fully, you got full dominion of yourself. You basically saying, hey, we talked about a couple weeks ago, you your own territory.
Right.
So basically now you claiming, look, I may not got no army, but I'm part of the army. I am the army when you're moving like that. So they can come and enact full force against you. And you need to be ready for that. You need to comprehend what you're doing and what you're saying and how you need to move, because you basically saying at any given moment, we can go to war right now. And being willing to stand on that, like this shit, be willing to die on that and have to, suffer the consequences of whatever might happen, because you could lose in your family and whatnot who fall up under you. Now they got to pick up the pieces and do what they need to do. So it's when you make, my point is, when you make these decisions and start doing this, you got to have a real solid game plan on what you're doing. Because if you don't, it's more contracts being written up.
I agree. And I would just add to that, just to clarify, because I know how people think. Nobody's telling you to go to war with these people. Okay? Because I already told y'all, I gave you the Jeopardy question. Y'all running around talking about getting something back. I told you there's only two ways. One way is you're going to have to take it by force.
Right.
The other way, and I don't know nobody that got no standing army outside of the corporation.
This guy did.
And the other way is through natural intervention, meaning the planet cleaning it up. Okay? So what we're talking about is when you be ready, if you're going to start operating a certain way, you're going to start operating under sovereignty and all of that. Number one, even that term sovereignty is going to put them on alert.
No, just public and private. No sovereignty.
You better know what you're doing. Because if you don't know what you're doing and you mess around and you navigating in their system and you violate, they're going to lock you up. I am telling you, they're going to lock you up. So you better know what you're doing.
It's a better term to make sure this scare you to your core. They're not locking you up. They're enslaving you in mind, in body, and in spirit. And not just you, everybody who is connected to you.
Your children.
So when you bust that move, just know it's not just you who you speaking for. You speaking for yourself and everybody who come after you that's connected to you.
So for just to be clear, because I know how people think, I already know, because I done been there, done that, and got the t-shirt. Because people want to mix the lawful stuff with the spiritual stuff, and they truly don't understand it. They don't know how it's connected.
They want benefits.
And then, exactly, they want benefits. It's going to trip them up every time. What you need to start with is your spiritual side. You need to determine from a spiritual perspective what you want. Start with that. Because if you cannot stand in sovereignty spiritually, I don't know how you gonna stand in sovereignty lawfully. I'm just gonna keep it real and real honest with you all. Start on the spiritual side. If you cannot stand in sovereignty spiritually, I don't even understand how you can grasp and operate on that lawfully side. Start with the spiritual stuff. Then get to your family. Because if you don't know who you are, if you don't have your family affairs in order, I don't know how you can jump on a lawful side thinking you're going to master that system. It's not possible. And that's where a lot of people I see it all the time. They keep getting themselves tripped up. Now, of course, I'm not telling you what to do. You're an adult. You do what you want to do, but don't say you have not been warned. You have to get your house in order. You. And no amount of paperwork is going to do that. You have to start with your soul first. Your family. Then this lawful stuff will start to make sense to you. Okay. All right, so thank you, nephew. Nephew Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
I'll try to keep it simple and say we got to focus on ourselves primarily. This war that we're fighting is a war that we have to fight through our spiritual mindset first and then bring forth that on the physical realm. If we learn anything from all the presentations we heard from today, is that everything that they've given us is null and void. It's fraud. It's not real. It's nonfiction. It's something that they're trying to place upon us.
Right.
If we're truly sovereign, as you want to call yourself, you would know to what? Leave their fuck shit alone, and you would tap back in to who you were prior to them coming onto your land and imposing their bullshit on top of you and taking away your culture and imposing their policies. So my biggest thing is I'm not trying to fight for reparations. I'm not trying to fight for entitlementship. I'm trying to regain the memory loss that I had prior to their fuck shit. Because before they came onto the land, we were doing something. Before we were slaves, we were great people. So why do I care to identify myself within their construct when technically they can't fit me in their world? We're speaking English right now. It's a limited language. It's not my language. I'm not English. So what the hell was I speaking before? How was I conveying my thoughts before this? Because I find even this, as we learned today, the language is limited. The language can be manipulated. Mm-hmm. So it shows that this construct that we're having to identify ourselves and having to justify our being in is not even for us. So exactly. Personally, the easiest thing for us to do is to tap out of their construct, tap out of their way of life. I know we still have to go to their quote unquote work and still have to fulfill their quote unquote duties, but it starts with the mind. If I know their food is fuck shit, I'm not going to go to McDonald's. I'm not going to buy their food. So it starts there. If I know the school system is going to teach my children fuck shit, why am I going to send them to their schools? So literally it starts with our mindset individually. And then through the way we think, our actions will follow. If we know this shit's fuck shit, why are we continuing to prop it up? Like Brother Sean would say, let it die. Why are we fulfilling another contract? Why are we trying to get into another contract with these individuals? Because that's only through their contract is how they're surviving. So realistically, if we can phase them out by our actions alone. As I said, I think it was the elder that said, if we can all focus our attention on one thing and one thing only, their system would fall without us even having to have a bullet. We seen that, again, they didn't defeat us through war. It was paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could just put down their paperwork and pick back up our culture, their shit disappears. And with that, I yield. Ara.
Indeed. Indeed. Very good. Very good. You had to throw that ara in there. Thank you, nephew Nuwa. Very good job. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yes. Yo, tonight it was lit. And, you know, I'll be monitoring the chat, and we ain't had no bots in this mug for a minute. And the elder was talking, and then
the bots was like, ding, 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 ding. I'm like, oh, yeah, you hear elder spitting that fire. Yeah.
And so, you know, the vibration on here, we have people from different demographics just all like, you know, putting this information out here, like raising the vibration. And like everyone's been saying, like, and like that, it's a distraction. The distractions are gonna come. We're in this matrix, this big fucking false algorithm with word spells and doctrines everywhere and groups and labels wanting to put you on wanting you to put that on you. And you gotta focus on yourself. Like everyone's saying, you gotta go within yourself. You call yourself, define yourself. Who do you want to be? Like, tell people what to call you. Like, you don't have to just blindly go around consenting to all this bullshit. And the ones that want to sign up for that, you know, like Brother Sean say, like my brother say, like like some of these niggas gonna get left behind. It's sorry. And that's what they want. They want the fuck shit. They want the doctrine. They want these titles. So, you know, by all means, you know, do that if that's what you want to do. But don't, that's the extent of it. Like, if we're going to give you freedom to be that, don't be trying to push that on me, because I'm telling you, I don't fuck with that. Like, how did it, now you got to try to convert me, proselytize me, try to put me onto your shit, and this is the real, and this is like, no.
Yeah,
like,
go on with your missionary ass.
Right? In their blood, fuck.
That is real for you. So, you know, define what's real for you, and that got to start, you know, who you are, your family, who you want to be in this world, because it's plenty of scripts and narratives, and here go the sex bots. So,
I got
you know, on that, you know, I love everyone tonight. It got, man, we was in some of everything, but I love how, I love how it all puts it together, because this information is so broad, has a huge scope, but the more you know, be aware of this and really like ask those questions of yourself and what's around you, you'll begin to put them puzzle pieces together. And like, how these motherfuckers start talking about formula and the food, and then they on, you know.
I know, like they crazy as hell. It eventually makes sense, right?
You know, so that goes to show you that, you know, if we saying like, you know, all this shit is fake, and you like, well, how? It's because it's a very crafty ass illusion. The shit is all fake. And, you know, like Twan was saying, you gotta find your way to maneuver through this. Like, we not dumb. We not like, oh yeah, we just the vibration's gonna raise overnight and everything's gonna change. It's like, no, it's an individual thing. You know? And so people, you know, it's all gonna work out in due time. Time is not real. So
exactly,
if that's we done what they say, I always talk about the old folks. What the old folks say, you know, the war is already won. The battle, the war, whatever the fuck shit they got coming on, they're trying to open portals, bring in war, do all this, keep us at these low level energies so they can harvest off of us, so they can stay in this fucking realm. Like, but no, like you I say, we can disappear these motherfuckers. Like, focus on yourself and what you want to manifest into the world. Like Myron say, get off of the fucking checkerboard, like chessboard. It's up to you to create, you know, this new fucking world. They talking about a new world order and this and that and back and forth and the swinging of the pendulum and the ascensions of the resets of the ages. Like, yo, we're tired of this shit. We see it. We see it for so
lizard people.
You know.
Indeed. Indeed. Thank you, Son Scotty, and thank you for sharing with us earlier on that whole language thing. That was well appreciated, and they pretty much was giving you game on how they put together these programs, these propaganda campaigns. So thank you for that.
Respect.
No problem.
Sis
Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, I do. All day long. I've been saying this is the death of an empire.
Exactly.
And that was the words in my head and my heart all day long. Because I see the death of this empire. And Great Britain is the empire. And there's so much confusion in their colony. This place over here they call a colony. It's so much confusion, and they're warring against themselves. The house divided against itself cannot stand. So I'm just sitting back watching all this emotion explode inside of these colonizers. And I'm looking at the fact they're duplicitous, double talk, double speak, whatever you want to put it. And that stuff is not universal contract stuff. You have to be informed. They can't come in your land and take over. So they did, but it's de facto. And they're going down. And you can see it. I see it. I see it in everything they do. They can't decide if they're going to starve their people out or beat them with a chain and whip, you know, to make them do more, pay more. And their money is de facto. It's no good either.
Right.
So how are they going to survive as an empire? And there has been many empires that have been dissolved. And there's a lot of things they do. And I think they have a book called The Death of an Empire. And they're following the script. You know, I don't know what all those things are in that thing, but in the book, but yeah, I can see it. I feel it all day today. I felt it yesterday. And I said, these people are going down. And you can see what the Moors said they did. They put themselves, they got put to sleep so the European can take over. Well, this is what the European is doing. He's cleaning house and putting us in melanated people with our color, let's put it like that, in power while he gets taken down. And I think they're planning on trying to put those people with their thought processes in place so when they come back, they can take over. But they're not going to come back.
Right. To do the same fuck shit all over again. That would be a no. I told y'all 4-5 years ago you'd never rule again. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it'll never happen.
So I want to speak to Especially Navarre. Thomas Jefferson was an esquire. And an esquire is a attorney or barrister for Britain. So Thomas Jefferson cannot close out the debt of the colonies because he works for the king. So no, he didn't close out this debt at all. That's why they still collecting the taxes. But anyway, that was just a side note.
Okay.
But because they had said something about it. And so Thomas Jefferson is one of them. And he worked for them. Even on the Constitution, it was 2 of them who signed the stupid thing. 2 barristers.
Mm-hmm.
2 barristers for the crown. And it's not even legal. So everybody dances to their tune, but their tune is over. And I want to show you one thing too. One more thing I'm going to say. You see they're about to change guards over there and try to put Charles in control because they haven't said it, but the queen is gone.
Yeah.
And they're trying to like squeeze it through because they don't want people to know. But it's over for them and they know it.
Mm-hmm.
They know it. I can feel it. I don't know about you guys. They done gone crazy over here. Yep. Nobody's in order anymore. People don't even know what they're doing. And I don't understand how they would put a mentally incompetent, supposedly and allegedly competent person to make agreements.
It's to make it obvious. It's to make it obvious that it's not someone competent running the show.
Yeah, but he's you know. But
okay, all right. Come on, sis. Now, come on. Now, wrap it up. You done went into about 9 more topics because I know where you going with with this. So come on now. What's your final thought?
He is for the end of the empire. And they know it is the end for them. And that's why they want to look like he was so incompetent and all this kind of stuff. But I can see it going down. And I want us to take, encouragement from it. And just look at how they're acting. And you'll see what they're doing and understand they're taking themselves out of the picture. At least I think they are.
Indeed. Well, thank you for that, sis. Thank you to the panel tonight. It was truly appreciated. So thank you to Brother Odell. Thanks for coming in. I know you're exhausted. I'm exhausted, but I can't even complain. I know you real exhausted. So thank you so much, brother, for coming in, bringing that great information. Thank you to nephew Antoine for coming on. Thank you to nephew Nuwa. Thanks to son Scotty. Thanks to sis Sandra. And thank you to the YouTube chat. I didn't get to chop it up with y'all as much as I wanted to tonight. So thank you to all of you all. Thank you, Summer Rain. I saw you throwing some good gems in there also. So thanks a lot. And thank you to the first time person. I'm trying to scroll back and get you. That came on tonight and chopped it up with us. All these doggone bots. So shout out to you as well, but shout out to everybody in the YouTube channel and shout out to the YouTube fam. Thanks to Legendary Top Cat for that great drop with the Elder. Thank you to Elder for dropping that bomb information. We truly appreciate it. So we're going to be back next week because, child, we still didn't even get through this much of what we wanted to get through. So we'll be back next week with another drop. So family, just keep loving yourself first. You're all you really need. It's about you and your family. And everything else you create. So with that, we are going to rock out and we'll see you next week, fam. Peace and love.
Peace
Love
and
y'all.
love. Guys, love you too. Hey, Brother Odell. Thank you.